Amy, are they going to be able to get rid of this one?
I've got a pen out for each of them.
Okay, what's happening?
I don't have
I do. Yes, I forgot. I was just going to zip through. I'm just in the truck there. Judge, did you want defendants to go in front of our table or behind? No, to come up through the front, just as long as there's enough room there. Okay, thank you. That's all.
So this is like they were deleted from what was on. So I think they must have been recovered to 75. I just want you to know this is pulled out of what was on the phone. This staff all the time.
Yes.
And if you look at it, what previously comes off the phone is the year 2017 through 17. And that's the one for 2017, not 4, 5, 21.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Right, yeah, all the text that are here, do not, we have the text in what's here. Well, we haven't, there are, no, we haven't seen them before today, they know why we haven't seen it, because it was just in the talk. They were.
We got the same report.
Right, but however, that's just what we're, is not, they're looking to access that something. You guys just said, people that stuff that we not have physical help, unless if I'm using it.
Yeah, sure, but that's some from it. You have it.
Yeah, and the point is that I just want to make you aware that there are some of the things that have worked here before on that.
That's the question for me.
I didn't charge you that our the version we have actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mario, when we printed all the text, they have text that we don't have because we didn't see to the law. So we're not that's where else we like to use text. That's the that was the thing about that.
Calling People versus James and Jennifer Crumbley. Crumbly docket numbers 21006-651 and 21006-652. Can I have appearances on the record, please, starting with the prosecuting attorney?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Donald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Judge Mark Keys on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly. For the purpose of exam and today, I am going to represent Ms. Crumbly, and my partner is going to represent Mr. Crumbly so that we can keep our arguments clean and separate.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbly.
So just for clarification, in terms of any cross-examination and direct examination, Ms. Smith, you will be taking cross-examination and direct examination for Ms. Crumbly only, and Ms. Lehman will be doing it for Mr. Crumbly.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, just regarding that aspect, we have discussed potential conflicts every hearing. I do believe that is appropriate for defendants, both defense counsel, to acknowledge a potential conflict and place that waiver on the record.
Yes, I have made the record of that on each appearance, and I'm planning on doing it today as well. Again, as both of you have been aware, and I've made both of you aware of the fact there's potential for a conflict of interest in this case due to the fact that your attorneys are representing you, and they are attorneys and counsel in the same firm. But Ms. Crumbly, do you understand any potential conflict that might exist with both of these attorneys representing both you and your husband?
Yes.
And Mr. Crumbly?
Yes.
Ms. Crumbly, knowing that potential conflict, are you willing to waive any conflict that may exist and proceed today with Ms. Smith representing you here for purposes of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
Mr. Crumbly, what about you? Are you willing to waive any potential conflicts that exist with having Ms. Lehman representing you, knowing that Ms. Smith is representing your wife?
Yes. Yes.
All right, before we move forward, we've got a couple of motions that were filed. For the record, today is the date and time set for the preliminary examination in this case. The attorneys have had the opportunity to meet with each other regarding some of the exhibits. Is there still the necessity to address that motion?
The motion to adjourn, Your Honor?
The motion to adjourn and the basis for the reason for the adjourn.
Yes, there is. And Ms. Lehman is going to argue that motion.
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense did file a motion for a more compressed witness list and to adjourn. We have reviewed the discovery that we received from the prosecution at the time. Your Honor, may I remove my mask?
Take it as long as everybody's comfortable.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time of filing our motion, there were a number of materials that we had not received from the prosecution. Since filing the motion, the prosecution has elected to provide additional discovery to us on February 1st, February 2nd, February 3rd, and February 4th. We did again ask the prosecution to provide us with a more specific witness list. The original witness list that was provided was approximately 30 witnesses. We asked for a shorter witness list. The prosecution provided us with a list of 16 witnesses. We did ask them for more specifics regarding their witnesses so that we could better focus our attention on preparing with our clients and also preparing ourselves for the preliminary examination today. In reviewing the materials that were provided on February, I believe, 2nd and February 4th, we learned that there were some materials that had not been provided by the prosecution to us, specifically in regarding one of the witnesses that they expect to take the longest today, and that's Detective Wagrowski. We have met with the prosecution. The prosecution indicates that it sounds that they do have the materials that have not been provided to us, but they have not provided them. Your Honor, we have not been able to review their report specifically created by the detective, video specifically created by the detective. It's our understanding that those reports may or may not be used today, but that doesn't mean that they don't contain information that could be relevant to the defense. And Your Honor, in the amount of discovery that has been provided to us by the prosecution so far, there are at least 67 hours of recordings. As we've made the court aware, in order to have in-person visits with our clients, we have to obtain a court order for each visit. We have to obtain a negative PCR COVID test at least 72 hours before the visit, or I'm sorry, no more than 72 hours before the visit. And we have to schedule the in-person visit with our clients. We were able to successfully schedule 2 visits with our clients last week. However, we have not been able to review all of the recorded discovery, even all of the recorded discovery specific to some of the witnesses today, because there were other materials and matters that we needed to discuss. If we do want to visit with our clients, Your Honor, as I'm sure the court is aware, if we don't do it in person, it's done through a software, which quite frankly, Your Honor, has failed us more times than it hasn't. And we're also limited in time on those visits. We're limited to half an hour at a time, and we can't schedule multiple visits back to back. So Your Honor, it's obviously been very difficult to prepare for this examination with the amount of discovery that the prosecution has provided. And the amount that the prosecution has provided that's relevant to our clients is also buried within the amount of discovery that they've provided to us. So Your Honor, even though we've taken a number of steps to effectively prepare for our preliminary exam today, we do still have concerns that there are things that we are missing. We just had a conversation about text messages that we haven't seen, Your Honor. So the prosecution has indicated that they may have an explanation for why we haven't seen them, but we do still have concerns, Judge. And today, even the prosecution indicated that their list is even shorter than the 16 that they provided to us as recently as last Friday. So Judge, the police reports that we reviewed indicate that there are dates with which law enforcement has provided over 100 gigabytes of data to the probably over 200 gigabytes of data to the prosecutor's office, and we've received that data sometimes weeks later. So Judge, we do have concerns about the material that's been provided to us. We do have concerns that we're missing material that will be relevant to the preliminary examination. And we can't be effective without being able to review everything, Judge. So we are asking that the court adjourn the preliminary examination for these reasons.
Response?
Thank you, Judge. We just spent 45 minutes meeting with defense counsel. Defense counsel indicated that everything in this binder that we put together for the court as well as defense has been turned over. Now, just a few minutes ago, Ms. Smith approached me and said there was a text thread that she didn't think she had or may have been deleted. Our expert in computer crimes is going to testify regarding how a user may or may not delete things and how it can be exported from a Cellbrite system. That's not new information, Judge. We have turned over everything in an unprecedented fashion. By way of example, when we receive the search warrant returns from social media outlets such as Instagram and Facebook on February the 1st, our paralegal, who's been dedicated to this case since November the 30th, every day she has worked on just this case. She's gathering discovery, she's compiling it, she's cataloging it, she's redacting it when necessary. She turned that around in one day. So the statement that this is some sort of strategy, quite frankly, Judge, just misses the mark here. We are following the rules, we're following the court rules, we're following all the rules of discovery. We are ready to proceed today. The information that counsel just referenced regarding Detective Wagrowski, that's something called call detail records. We've already indicated we're not going to admit that at the exam. And those call detail records have been turned over to defense. Now, Judge, we have turned over everything that we possibly could have. We are ready to proceed today. And like I said, the prosecution has been following all the court orders.
Thank you. All right, the defendants did file an emergency motion to compel witness list or in the alternative to adjourn the preliminary examination on February 2nd, 2022. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion, the response. Also did have a discussion with both attorneys relative to the nature of the discovery that had been turned over and what had not been turned over and or they believed had not been turned over. The court did allow both all attorneys to meet prior to beginning today's hearing for approximately 45 minutes to go over all that discovery. In addition, the court adjourned this preliminary examination for approximately 6 weeks because it did acknowledge and understand that the discovery in this case would most likely be voluminous. Having taken all those measures, the court finds that there's sufficient evidence that has been turned over to the defense attorneys at this point in time that there good cause does not exist to adjourn the exam again. And there's a good likelihood that this exam will not complete today and that it may need to go into another date and time. So having taken all those factors into consideration, the court is going to deny the motion. The prosecutor also had a motion.
Thank you, Judge. The people filed the motion as well to restrict communication between the defendants during the court. It became known to us that during certain Zoom breakout sessions, the defendants were making certain gestures to each other. We're asking this court, through this court's inherent authority, to restrict the communication, Judge. I did file a plea, and I believe it speaks for itself. I do not believe there's objection.
Yes.
Your Honor, the fact that the prosecution wasn't even aware of the communications until they were later told by other people shows that our clients weren't trying to do anything to disrupt court. All of the communication, they didn't realize it was being broadcasted. They certainly didn't intend to hurt any of the victims from Oxford. On that, we apologize to the court. I already told the prosecution I would tell our clients not to have communications at the table or send messages of I love you at the table. They agreed. There was no reason to file the motion. Our clients will behave. They're not going to do anything like that, and they certainly don't mean to offend anyone.
Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to review and consider the motion that was filed by the prosecutor as well as the oral arguments. I'm going to grant the motion as it relates to in-court proceedings. Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly, this is a court proceeding. During the course of any breaks or while maybe I'm looking away or somebody else is looking away, you're not to have communication with each other. It's disruptive and it is disrespectful, okay? All right, are we ready to begin?
Yeah, Your Honor.
May I address the conflict issue for one brief second?
Sure.
One is to add one additional factor. I don't believe it's ever been placed on the record by the defendants that they understand that they're not similarly situated. They have the same charges, but the evidence will be different against one than it is against the other. I think that's important to know. It's important for the defendants to understand and we have a conflict in that regard as well.
Any response from defense counsel?
Your Honor, we acknowledge that the cases are different for Mr. Crumbly versus Mrs. Crumbly, and it's part of the reason to make it easy for this court. I'm going to represent Jennifer Crumbly, and Ms. Lehman is going to represent James for the purpose throughout this hearing. I don't think this is a concern the prosecution needs to be raising. We're very aware of the at least evidence that we believe will be.
And I'll just confirm with the defendants again. Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly, starting with Mrs. Crumbly, do you understand that there's potential that you have different interests and you are not necessarily on an even par with each other in terms of what your issues may be, which again could lead to a potential conflict of interest? Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And knowing that, do you still want to proceed today with these attorneys?
Yeah.
Mr. Crumbly, do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you still want to proceed today with these attorneys?
Yes.
You can go ahead and proceed. Go ahead and call your first witness.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We do have two very quick preliminary matters. First, we'd ask the court to have a sequestration order and make that even more explicit only because there are witnesses who can view the court proceedings from outside of the courtroom with the live streaming. So we would ask that every witness be instructed there not to view the other witnesses and for sequestration.
Okay, that's a good point. But did they have phones on them?
I believe so.
The witnesses are, to my knowledge, all the witnesses have been sequestered. The only witnesses that may be in the courtroom is the first witness. Is that correct?
I believe
I'm going to take a minute and have the prosecutor and or the deputy advise the other witnesses that they are not to view anything on their phones. Their phones should be off. Policy from the Supreme Court is that if they're in the common areas of the courthouse, they can have their phones, they can have them on. In the courtroom, you cannot. So I am going to direct that they turn their phones off until after they leave the courthouse.
And then, Your Honor, just another issue which doesn't have anything to do with prosecution. In light of some of the new information that we've been given this morning, myself and my co-counsel need to communicate with our clients by writing notes. My client cannot write with the belly chains. Can she please have a hand free and Mr. Crumbly have a hand free so that they can write back and forth to us? It will allow us to be able to communicate with them without having to disrupt the proceedings and stop them. Because we did receive some different information than what we've received prior to today's hearing.
Okay, I'm going to defer to the sheriff's department.
Your Honor, due to their max status, I don't feel comfortable in moving their maximum cuffs.
I'm sorry,
Because of their status, their maximum security status, I don't feel comfortable removing the cuffs from their hands.
okay. The problem is, I'm just trying to figure out how we can, she hold the pad on her lap. And I will give you a moment in between if you need to confer with them. Okay.
All right, it might take us several moments
Yeah,
as we go through the exhibit.
Yes,
so.
you just have everything on keep the legal pad on your lap. And if you can, I know I don't have anything that the table doesn't go over, so it doesn't give you an opportunity to kind of slide underneath there.
Your Honor, is it possible, and I guess this would be a question for the deputies, is it possible just to handcuff them without the belly chains? That way they're still cuffed?
No, that wouldn't be possible, Your Honor. They need to remain in what they're brought in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
They need to remain in what they were brought
In the
up.
value chain?
Yes.
Okay. All right, first witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution calls Kiera Pennock to the stand.
Hey, ma'am, please raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, if you'll have a seat. I'm just gonna go over a couple of things with you real quickly. And then you can have it scoot up as close to those microphones as you can. If at any time you are still comfortable enough and you're wanting to remove your mask, you can do so. I also am going to ask you to keep your voice up so that we can all hear you and speak clearly, and make sure you are verbalizing all responses. Don't shake your head or say uh-huh or uh-huh, because the court reporter can't record it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Kiera Pennock, K-I-R-A-P-E-N-N-O-C-K.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Here, you may also remove your jacket if you're more comfortable.
Yes. It's cold in here, but I don't think it's cold.
Kiera, can you tell the court how old you are?
I am 25.
And can you tell the court what your occupation is?
I run a horse farm. I give lessons in on horses.
And do you own the farm?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the judge what that entails?
We have some mortgage horses, so people pay us to take care of their horses. We feed horses, we water them, we turn them outside. And then we also offer training services where we put training on horses or give riders lessons.
So how does the business generate income?
The boarding side of the business covers, the expenses of, the feed and water, the necessities for the horses, and then it also covers the care. So we have some workers that help to keep the business going because we have a lot of horses.
Okay, without giving the specific address, what town or township or city is the farm located in?
Metamora.
Okay. And Kiera, do you know Jennifer and James Crumbly?
I do.
Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you point to Jennifer Crumbly or tell me something she's wearing?
She is right here in the front. She is wearing a mask and glasses.
Okay. Judge had asked us the court take notice that the witness is identified as Jennifer Crumbly.
Any objection? So noted.
And do you see James Crumbly in the courtroom here today?
I do.
And can you tell us what he's wearing?
He is on the far end and he's wearing orange. He has a mask on and glasses.
Judge, can you take notice that she's properly identified James Crumbly?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Noted.
Kiera, what do you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And when did you meet her?
I met her a few years ago, and I met her through the horse world. She had a horse at the time.
All right, when you say a few years ago, we need to know if all possible, what year was that?
I do not recall the exact year.
Was it more than 3 years ago?
I do not believe so.
Okay. When you met her, did you own your business at the time?
No, I did not.
So how did you meet her?
I have some friends that were familiar with the barn that she had her horse going to.
Okay, at the time, did she have one horse or two?
One,
And what was the name of the horse?
Shorty.
Okay. And currently, how many horses did the Crumbleys or do the Crumbleys own?
They have two.
Okay. And at some point, another horse was purchased?
Yes, the second horse was purchased earlier in 21.
Okay. And what's the second horse's name?
Billy.
And do you know how that purchase was made and in what circumstance?
That was an online purchase. She had the horse shipped to Michigan.
And did she tell you why or how that happened?
She was looking for a new horse that she could do some jumping on, as Shorty had an injury where he could not be jumping. So she happened to find this horse online and, she purchased him to.
Did she,
Shipped up here.
did she tell you, how that occurred?
She was drinking that night and, said that she made a purchase.
Okay, how do you know she was drinking?
She had told me.
What exactly did she say? Did she say she was intoxicated or she'd been drinking?
She said that she was drinking.
Okay, and did she tell you how much the horse cost?
She said the horse cost $5,000.
All right, and you're telling, your testimony is that happened in 2021,
Yes.
of what month approximately? Was it after you owned the business?
No, this was at a different boarding facility.
Okay, so do you know about what month it was purchased?
The horse ended up showing up in February.
Okay,
I'm not sure exactly when the actual purchase happened though.
okay, at some point, both of the horses were boarded with you, correct?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
Both horses ended up becoming boarded with me in June to the July time period of 21.
Okay, and can you tell me what services, if any, have you offered James and Jennifer Crumbly with regard to your business?
We have boarded their horses, so we take care of them, and then, we were also giving lessons to both of them and putting training on their horses.
Okay, so how much per horse does it cost to board and feed per month?
The board price for the pasture board that they were on is, $400 a month.
$400 per month per horse.
Yes.
Okay, and then in addition, you said that you were giving lessons.
Yes.
Who were you giving lessons to?
I was giving lessons to both Jennifer and James, but then ended up more so just giving lessons to Jennifer as I don't specialize in the Western riding.
Okay, and your testimony is you opened your business in June. So how many lessons approximately per week was the goal for Jennifer?
The goal was about 3 lessons a week.
Okay, how long are those lessons, Kiera?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
And how much do they cost?
They cost $35.
Okay. And then did James also have lessons every week?
No, he did not take lessons every single week, but he would take lessons on occasion.
Okay. About how much time, let's just narrow it down from June until November, how many days a week would you see the Crumbleys?
I would say they would be out there about 3 to 4 days a week.
3 to 4 days a week, just during the week or on the weekend as well?
Both week and weekends. Usually I would only see them 1 day on the weekend.
And for about, when they came to the barn, what did they do? And how long did it take?
They would groom their horses and tack them up and ride them, and then cool them down and put them away.
Okay,
And that usually took about 3 hours.
okay. Did either one of them have jobs at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what they did?
I do not know exactly what job they had.
Do you know what their hours were?
I do not.
About what time did they arrive during the day?
They would usually come around 5 o'clock on the weekdays, and then weekends, they would usually come around like between 9 and 11 in the morning.
Did they, for the most part, come together?
Yes.
Okay. Did their son ever come with them?
I have not seen their son at my farm.
Okay, and that would be since June.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him?
I have seen him maybe once or twice.
And that would be at the previous barn?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying it was 3 to 4 times a week, probably around 5 o'clock, about 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did the horses ever require any care other than just boarding and feeding and grooming?
Yes, sometimes we've had to put, like ointments or take care of them if they injure themselves or need some type of vet care.
Okay, so,
And, along with, holding them for the farrier.
okay,
Their
for,
feet.
for those of us in the world that aren't exactly sure what a farrier is, can you tell the board what that is?
Basically, a person that does a pedicure for horse, they can put shoes on horse, and they just make sure that the horse stays, sound enough for either riding or pasture, even if a horse can't be ridden.
And
And
it
that's a regular service that needs to be done.
How often does it need to be done?
Every 6 to 8 weeks.
And did the Crumbleys, provide that to their horses?
Yes,
Okay. The farrier will go to the barn?
yes.
Okay, about how much does it cost every time the farrier visits each horse?
For their horses, it was about $130 each horse.
Okay. And then if the horse needed, assistance because it was injured or sick, whose responsibility is it to get veterinary care?
It is the owner's responsibility to pay for the care, from the vet, and, also most of the, like, if it's very involved care, they should be the ones doing it, but we do offer the services of, putting ointment on a horse's wounds, as just,
And so for the most part, did James and Jennifer make sure that was done?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, I asked you before if you'd ever seen their son since you started your business, and you said,
I have not seen him more than maybe once or twice.
okay. Do you know why he didn't come to the barn with his parents for 3 hours, 3 to 4 times a week?
I was told that he didn't really want anything to do with the horses.
Who told you that?
Jen,
Would you consider Jennifer a friend?
I would.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever become aware of any marital issues?
She has mentioned some things in the past.
Like what? Like what?
She
Your
has
Honor.
mentioned,
I would object as to relevance. Policy.
Your Honor, according to MRE 401 and People versus Mills, which is a Michigan Supreme Court in 1995 case, evidence is relevant if it's material or probative. At issue here is defendant's duty to protect the community from intentionally harming someone by willful disregarding of clear signs of danger. What they did, what they didn't do, how they spent their time, what they exposed their son to, all is probative and material, and I believe it is relevant, Your Honor.
The court is going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
she had mentioned that, she had found some information of, she thought that James was cheating on her, picking up singles in, the area online, but then Ethan had,
Hold on one moment.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately when that was? Did she tell you that?
I do not recall.
Was it
exactly
since
when.
June?
Yes,
Was it warm outside or cold?
it was warm outside.
Okay, so summer 2021.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, and what was her reaction to that?
She was very upset.
And did she tell you what she did as a result of it?
She confronted James about it, and James had said that he didn't do that. And then Ethan had come forward and said that he was the one that was looking these up online.
Okay, so did she tell you that then Ethan was aware of this accusation of dad cheating?
I do not recall if she said that he knew about it.
Okay, what was your general impression of Jennifer?
I did not have any issues with her.
How would you describe her?
I really liked how dedicated she was to the horses. And she had aspirations of doing some competitions in the summer, during show season. And she had always treated me and everybody else with respect at the barn.
Okay, and did she talk about her son very much?
Not a whole lot.
Did she ever talk about anything positive about her son?
I don't recall her outright saying anything super positive. She really just didn't talk a whole lot about it.
Did she ever express anything concerning about her son?
Yes,
What did she say?
she said that he did not have any friends, that he only had one friend, and he spent a lot of time online or playing games. But he just seemed to keep to himself.
Did she have a word to describe that?
Not really. She thought that it was weird that he wasn't out doing things like a normal kid.
Did she call him weird?
What did you say?
Did she call him weird?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time, do you remember the time frame she told you that he didn't have any friends?
I do not remember the time.
Okay. Did she consider him a normal?
No.
How do you know?
Just how she really didn't talk a whole lot about him, and when she would talk about it, it was just, oh, he doesn't do normal kid things.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Jennifer or James on November 30th,
Yes.
2021? Okay. Did either one of them, to your knowledge, go to the barn on that day?
James had gone that morning to put some ointment on Billy's legs.
What was wrong with Billy's legs?
Billy has something called mud fever or scratches. It's a fungus that sometimes will grow on horses' legs, and it causes scabs, and it's pretty painful.
And did the Crumbly seem concerned about Billy's legs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know James was there? Did you see him?
I did not see him, but some of the other people at my farm saw him there.
Okay. Did you have a conversation at all, either on the phone or via text with Jennifer?
About,
Anything on that day?
yes.
Okay. And when you say you know James was there, was he there in the early morning, in the afternoon? Do you have any idea what time it was?
I do not know exactly when, I just know that it was in the morning.
Because you saw that the scab was on Billy's legs?
Yes.
And what time did you notice that?
That was probably around noon.
Okay. So did you ever see Jennifer that day?
I did not.
Okay. But you spoke, what did you do, text her or call her?
Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And did you often communicate with her through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Is that something you use normally? Is there a reason why versus text?
It seems to be a lot easier for people to just message through Facebook.
Okay.
I'm not totally sure why. I don't really use my phone.
That's okay.
So.
All right, Lauren, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Kiera, I'm approaching with an exhibit, people proposed 6th exhibit, it's approximately 28 pages. And can you tell the court what that is?
These are the messages, that morning of, November 30th.
And who are they messages between?
Between myself and Jennifer.
And it's Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the court when the messages start and when they end?
The messages start at 10:18 a.m. on November 30th. And the messages end, I'm not totally sure date wise of when they end here. There is no date on these, but I know that.
Okay, if you can take a look at the last couple pages, the last date that you see.
It just says Thursday. That's the one I can see.
Okay, and where did you, I'm giving those to you, but where did those come from? Do you know?
These messages, they came from my phone.
Okay, how did they get to the sheriff's department?
I had sent screenshots of my messages.
Because they asked you to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jennifer have a lesson planned that Tuesday, November 30th?
Yes, she did.
And what time was it supposed to be?
Well, initially it was supposed to be around like 4:30, and then, we had to push it because she said that she couldn't make it.
Okay, we'll get to that. So aside from the lesson, there was also a big concern about Billy's legs and what did you call it, mud fever?
Yes.
Okay, would you rate the concern of the Crumbleys pretty high about mud fever? Is that something really serious that a person has?
It is not super serious, but it's definitely something that needs to take care of. It needs to be taken care of, but, with Billy's legs, it was just unusual for his legs to swell up. It became swollen. And it was all 4 legs when the mud fever was only on 2 of them. So that was a little concerning.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 6. I believe defense counsel's had a chance to look it over. It does not have an objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, may I publish?
They'll be admitted.
Yes, sir. May I publish to the monitor or my assistant? Mr. Keith? Okay, Kiera, can you see the monitor?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read, are your comments in black or are they in blue?
My comments are in blue.
Okay, so we say that it says November 30th at 10:18. Can you read that first text message that you sent that day?
Boys are needing supplements for tonight, and Shorty lost the bell again.
Okay, and then at 10:58, there was a response from Jennifer, and can you read what she responded?
Hey, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
Did you know what that was about?
I did not know then what that was about.
Okay, what did you, based on her describing it as shit day, what was your impression?
That something probably happened that, her son was having problems at school.
Has she ever told you, in the past that she's gone to her son's school?
She has mentioned that she has gone to the school, but I don't recall when.
Okay. What did you respond at 11:13, Kiera?
I responded with, oh man, everything okay? You still want to do a lesson tonight?
And her response?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else, but he was caught drawing this on a math assignment today.
Okay, who's Tank, do you know?
Tank was their dog.
Okay, and did you know about the loss of the dog recently and the friend leaving, the one friend he had leaving?
Yes.
Okay, and then she texts you a picture of what looks like a math worksheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you look at it closely then?
I looked at it after I happened to open it and see it that day.
And what was your response to that?
Well, my response,
Wait, I didn't ask that. What was personally your response to it? What did you think?
I was alarmed. I thought that was not normal.
What was alarming to you about it?
All of the violence all over the page. It just didn't really seem like something that, a kid would do on a test in school.
Okay, were you aware that the Crumbleys owned guns?
Yes.
Were you aware that they purchased a gun for their son?
I did not know the gun was for their son.
Do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you view a post about taking her son to Mother's Sunday and an early Christmas present? Did you see that post?
I had seen it, but I'm not sure exactly when. I don't really spend a lot of time on social media.
Okay, me neither. Okay, so you said you were 24, correct?
25.
25, I'm sorry. And you're not a parent,
No.
but you were really alarmed about that?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened after she texted you? What was the next text that came through?
The text was, as long as I can get out there early enough.
So this is from Jennifer.
Yes.
Okay, can you speak up just a little bit and read that
Yeah,
text?
as long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour, and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3 o'clock, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep it circulating, going while he's, dealing with the mud fever. Good times.
Good times. Okay, so it's your understanding based on the text messages that she'd already met with the school?
Yes,
Okay. And she's texting you about mud fever now?
yes.
All right, what was the next text?
I said, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo.
And who were you talking about? Who's he?
Ethan.
Okay, and then what did you say after that?
Said, whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay, and what was the response?
Okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming out with me tonight. James is working, he can't be left alone.
So he can't be left alone. Who did you understand her to be talking about?
I understood her to be talking about Ethan.
And you stated what?
I said that, or does he want to ride?
In her response?
And she said, I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And you're suggesting Mo,
Yes,
who I assume is a horse you own?
I do not own him. He is
Okay.
ordered at our facility.
All right, and your suggestion was what?
Make it a family event coming out to the barn. Really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And what did Jennifer say?
He needs something.
And then what else?
I said, let's make him a cowboy. And Jen has responded, LOL mom, goals for real.
All right, Kiera, you know what happened on November 30th, don't you?
Yes.
When did you hear about it?
I heard about it, when I got a call from one of my students' moms.
About what time was that?
That was in the early afternoon. I don't recall exactly what time.
Do you know people and kids that were in that school that day?
I do.
How many?
I know one for sure, which is one of my students, and, I know some of the other kids, not personally, but that were in the school also.
Okay, when you heard about the shooting, was it public who was responsible for it?
It was not.
What was your thought immediately?
My thought was that it was Ethan,
And tell me why you thought it was immediate, your immediate thought was Ethan.
because I know that they own guns, and I know that they go out shooting, and that map test with everything written on it made me think that it was him.
You hear again from Jennifer that day. What was the time?
I had heard,
What was the next? text?
Kiera, I won't be there tonight.
And that came in at 2:36 in the afternoon?
Yes. It's okay, you want me to work Billy for you?
And she says what?
Yes, please.
And then it looks like the next communication was from you at 2:58, and you
Yes.
stated what?
I just brought him in.
Now you're texting her a photo, I assume that's Billy.
Yes.
And did you text photos back and forth about the horse frequently?
Sometimes I would say that most of our conversations were related to the horses.
Okay, and you don't hear anything back until what time?
I don't hear anything back from her until, Tuesday at 4:42, and she had responded, I need to sell my horses stat.
Okay, so you, that day, asked her if everything was okay. I heard there was a shooting in Oxford, is Ethan okay? And then you again reach out at 4:21, correct?
Yes,
And you don't hear back from her until,
Tuesday at 4:42.
so the same day, and she's saying, I need to sell my horses stat.
Yes.
Did she go on to talk about why she needs to sell her horses?
No.
Okay, eventually, did you continue working this out with the Does she want you to help her sell the horses?
Yes,
Okay, and did you do that?
I am still currently trying to help sell them.
Okay. Here, I believe that the drawing and the map worksheet is stipulated to, and that is people's proposed, Mr. Eastman, 7. So I move for the admission of that.
No objection, be admitted.
And that is the, should I publish, could I publish this on the screen, just so that we know there's 2 versions of that worksheet, so I want to make sure we're. Okay. Kiera, the conversations that occurred afterwards, you seemed compassionate for Jennifer at the beginning, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and why were you?
I wanted more information on what happened.
Okay, and you stated a couple times in the exhibit, the conversations, just be honest.
Yes,
What did you mean by that?
I wanted her to be honest about anything and everything. I'm a very truthful person, and I think that the truth is much better than a lie.
Okay, did you suspect, what was the reason you suspected that she might not be honest? Was there something that you were concerned about?
Your Honor, I would object that this calls for speculation, and also the question is presuming facts that were not in evidence prior to the question.
Response.
I'm not exactly sure what the objection is, but I can move on. So at some point, did you stop communicating with her?
I tried to still talk to her, but the conversations got fewer and far between.
Did Jennifer ever mention taking Ethan to the doctor?
No,
Did she ever talk about him needing to get a physical, or that he was ill and needed treatment?
I don't recall.
Did James ever talk about that?
No,
Okay. And did you ever hear either one of them talk about getting their son therapy?
no.
Come on. Just real quick, Kiera, I understand that your farm is further north. What's the cell coverage like there?
It is better than a lot of other farms, but there are still areas where you don't really get great cell service.
Okay, but you can receive and take calls, receive and make calls.
Yes,
And how about text messages?
yes,
Okay, and did the Crumbleys both have cell phones with them most of the time, do you know?
yes.
Okay. Nothing.
Thank you. Kiera, what type of cell coverage do you have?
I have Verizon, which seems to be pretty good in that area.
Is it fair to say that you don't know what other cell phones, like companies, how good the access is?
I do not know.
Are there parts of the farm where people complain they can't get messages or talk on the phone?
Some areas you can, if some people get service, and then other areas some people don't. It's
How,
inconsistent.
sorry, I
Yeah.
interrupted you. How big is the farm?
The farm is on 51 acres.
And in addition to the farm, there's a separate place where you do classes, is that correct? Or what is Groveland?
Groveland was the barn that we had previously boarded at. I boarded my horses there, and Jen had her horses there.
Is Groveland where you met Jen?
No, I met her at the previous farm before then.
Okay, so you guys were at the previous farm before then, you were both at Groveland, and then Jen went on to board her horses at your current farm.
I never boarded my horses at the first barn that I met her at.
That was just where you met her?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you believe you two met in about 2019, is that correct?
I believe it was earlier than that, but I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
It's fair to say that horses and training and what's going on with the horses at the barn, that's the majority of what you and Jennifer talk about, is that correct?
Yes.
Jennifer does not talk to you about when she goes to the doctor herself?
No.
Jennifer doesn't tell you about James's doctor's appointments?
No.
Jennifer never gave you much detail about the names of the people she worked with or what she did at work?
No.
Did Jennifer ever give you details about James, like who he worked with, things he did?
Not a whole lot of detail. I just know that she had said that he's been through a few different jobs.
Okay. And as far as Ethan goes, your testimony was you have not seen him at the barn. Did you ever see Ethan when he would go to Groveland?
I may have seen him once or twice when they were just dropping something off, but it was always a quick visit. I don't know if I've ever actually talked to him in person or over messages or call or anything.
And it's fair to say that you talked to Jen more about horses than Ethan, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ethan coming, you wouldn't have had a problem if Ethan came that day on November 30th, is that correct?
I would not have had an issue with him coming.
It would have been unusual for Ethan to come to the barn with Jen on the 30th, because he didn't normally go with her, is that correct?
Correct.
And on the 30th, when she was planning to bring Ethan, you assumed she was upset about Ethan or had some kind of concern for Ethan, is that correct?
Yes.
Jen also had the option to say to you, I'm canceling the lesson, I'm not gonna come, I won't be there, correct?
Yes.
And in her messages to you, it was clear to you that she did not want Ethan to be alone, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Jennifer talk to you about some of the comments on the math paperwork, such as like, my life is useless, or the thoughts won't stop? Did Jennifer speak to you about any of the individual comments?
No, she had just sent me the picture.
Were you concerned that Ethan may be suicidal after seeing these notes?
Yes.
Prior to the 30th, when you saw this math note, had you ever been concerned that Ethan would be suicidal?
No.
Had you ever had reason to believe he was homicidal or he would hurt other people?
No.
Had you ever been given reason to believe he was not mentally sound, that he needed professional, medical help?
No.
In terms of your friendship with Jennifer, it's fair to say when she's texting you and she says something like LOL, you understand what she means by those comments, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, when she sends a text about, you send a text about let's make Ethan a cowboy, is that correct?
Yes.
And she texts back mom goals, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
You know that Jennifer is kidding around and sarcastic almost, is that correct?
Then I'm gonna object. I don't know how this witness can tell what's in the mind of Jennifer Crumbely.
I'll re-ask the question. Did you perceive her response as serious, that was a mom goal for her to make Ethan a cowboy?
I could see her wanting to be able to have her son out at the barn and go riding. A lot of parents want to do something with their kids, and that was how I took it. But a lot of boys don't really like to ride horses, so I didn't see it as a serious thing that would actually happen.
Okay, it's fair to say that you and Jennifer are able to kid back and forth though, correct?
Yes,
You testified that you don't see as many boys. Do you see more girls coming out to the barn for riding?
yes.
How many more, what percentage would you say, if you were talking about young people, like teenagers, are girls versus boys?
Well, we currently do not have any boys coming out to ride, really. I mean, one of the other people at my barn has, a younger male student, but, outside of that, there are no other boys that come out to the barn.
Approximately how many girls are out at the barn on any given day?
I would say between 2 to 4 each day.
2 to 4 each day,
Yes.
and really no boys, is that correct?
Yes.
When people come out to the barn, is it pretty typical if they have horses there for them to be out there about 3 to 4 times per week for 3 hours each time?
It depends on each person's situation. Some people will see once a week. Some people will see every single day.
Okay, so there's nothing unusual about 3 to 4 times a week for 3 hours at a time.
Correct.
And it's not something that you thought was unusual to not see Ethan coming with his mother out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
You certainly don't follow up with other people who have sons that aren't present out at the farm, correct?
Correct.
In the text messages with Ethan, I'm sorry, you said they were Facebook Messenger messages.
Yes, Facebook messages with Jennifer.
Jennifer and you go on, the whole exhibit has been admitted, so the whole packet is admitted.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that beyond what the prosecution showed, after those messages, you and Jennifer communicated about you buying Billy. Is that correct?
Yes, I was planning to buy both Billy and Shorty.
And you talked about buying Billy, Shorty, the tack, other horse related items?
Yes.
Okay, and you were talking to Jennifer about how the horses could be signed over or what you guys would need to do, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to the comments about the horses, it's fair to say that throughout the texts, you could tell Jennifer was upset.
Yes.
So, for example, when she said, "I'm bawling right now, Kiera," how did you take that? What did you take that to mean?
She was upset and she really loves her horses.
And when Jennifer wrote, my son ruined so many lives today, what did you take that to mean?
I took that as, he was the shooter at Oxford.
And you reassured her that you'll take care of the horse end for her to take something off her plate, correct?
Yes.
And you reassured her in terms of saying, try to get some rest, you'll need it, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Jennifer thanked you for not judging her unlike the rest of the world. How did you take that?
I didn't really know how to take that.
You did text Jennifer, "I know you and James," correct?
Yes.
And you texted, "This doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault." Is that a message you sent Jen?
Yes.
It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Yes.
Is that correct? When you said, "This doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault," what did you mean by that?
I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son.
So although you knew a limited amount about Ethan, because Ethan wasn't someone you frequently talked about, you never had the idea that something like the tragedy that happened on 11/30 could happen and Ethan could be responsible for it.
Correct.
You also tried to reassure her, try to stay calm and as collected as you can. Those were some messages you sent in addition to a message that said, just be honest about everything, correct?
Yes,
Reassured you had written Billy that day, he was gonna be fine, helping alleviate stress on that end for Jen, is that correct?
yes,
When Jennifer texted you and said, I wish we had warnings, something, he's a good kid, they made a terrible decision. What did you think after getting that text?
I was thinking there had to have been some type of signs. She had mentioned in the past, like, you know, that he really didn't have friends, he didn't go out and do fun things, like, kids his age.
Well, the text is from her to you saying, I wish we had warnings, something. He's a good kid, they made a terrible decision. You didn't point out to her things that you thought may have been signs in the past, correct?
Correct,
You actually wrote there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them, correct?
yes,
And you said hindsight is always 20/20.
yes,
And we can all agree, looking back, when something bad happens, we look back at what could have prevented it, correct?
yes,
When Jennifer said he's a good kid, you didn't write back to her anything like, well, actually, your son is not a good kid, correct?
correct,
And although he didn't hang out with friends, you were aware that he had one friend he was particularly close to, correct?
yes,
And on Facebook, throughout Jen's profile, you said you were social media contact with her, is that correct?
yes,
Could you see pictures of them going camping and taking Ethan places?
I did see posts about them doing things with them,
So there were posts about the family spending time together, camping, going places on the weekend, correct?
yes,
And you testified that you understood he played a lot of video games, is that correct?
yes,
And that never struck you as something that was overly problematic, correct?
no,
You had no reason to ever say to Jen, like, hey, Jen, wake up, there are signs, or anything like that.
no,
After you were aware that Ethan had been the shooter, you and Jennifer attempted to talk to each other on the phone. Do you recall that?
yes,
And do you recall that Jennifer said you had to call her through Facebook because she has to use a track phone?
yes,
At that point, did you and Jennifer have a telephone conversation?
we did not,
Okay, so in the Facebook Messenger thread, when it says like you missed a call from JC, I assume JC is Jennifer Crumbly.
yes,
And then it says, call me back on Facebook. I'm on a track phone. I need to talk and figure some things out. You and Jennifer didn't have any phone contact at that point.
we did not,
And when Jennifer was on that track phone, she said it would be easier because texting on that phone is hard if you guys could talk, correct?
yes,
Further down, you continue to let her know that Billy was fine, had a good ride with him, correct?
yes,
And at that point, you became concerned about Jennifer coming out to the farm, is that correct?
yes,
Why were you concerned with Jennifer coming to the farm?
because I did not want them to, take things, that were owned by other boarders or myself.
You didn't want Jennifer to take things that were owned by other boarders or yourself?
Correct.
Did you, were you concerned about the safety of people at the farm if Jennifer and James showed up?
Yes,
Were you concerned because Jennifer showed you some of the threatening messages she had received?
yes,
And when you explained to Jennifer you were concerned and wanted the police to be out there, you actually wrote, "I don't want people to follow you or hurt you," correct?
yes,
And you said, "We just need to be careful."
yes,
So nothing about any horse equipment or concerns.
no,
And were you afraid that people were going to follow the Crumbleys out to the farm and possibly hurt people?
I was worried about that.
After that discussion about the police, Mrs. Crumbly made it clear that they were headed to a safe place for a couple days. Is that correct?
Yes,
They did not tell you, she did not say the location they were going to, just a safe place.
yes, she had said that it's a motel or hotel in here, and that was, I don't know where exactly they've gone.
And then your messages to her were, "I'm very glad you're safe. I care about you guys," correct?
Yes,
Was that true?
yes,
And again, you reassure her, "I will take care of your boys. Let me know when you want me to buy them and I'll buy them." You were trying to figure out something to see if you could buy them. Is that right?
yes,
You also said, "If you need anything, just let me know," correct?
yes,
Doing all the things that you could do as a friend to Jennifer Crumbley.
yes, and I also wanted to make sure that the horses didn't end up in a bad situation.
And Jennifer wanted to make sure the horses didn't end up in a bad situation too, as far as you can tell.
Yes,
And as you're texting her about the horses and everything else, and the little bit about what's going on after finding out about the shooting, you didn't follow up with her about what her work arrangements were.
no,
You didn't follow up with her about what, if James was still working or what he was doing.
no,
You didn't follow up with her about any other kind of personal issues related to her. All that you followed up about is what we can see in the texts.
yes,
So it's fair to say that your friendship with Jennifer was pretty limited to horses, care for horses, and maybe just some friendly chit chat, correct?
yes,
Looking back, you're not looking at conversations regarding Ethan as anything where you should have contacted law enforcement, correct?
correct,
Nothing where you should have had an alarm go off and say, "Ooh, I should call the police about this one."
correct,
Even the day that you saw the drawing that's up on the board, you didn't contact law enforcement to say, "I just saw like a really crazy drawing," or anything along those lines.
I did not,
And if anything, Jennifer appeared to be very concerned about what was going on, correct?
yes,
When Jennifer had ever been out to the school or not, you weren't aware of every time Jennifer had ever been over to Oxford High, is that fair to say?
correct,
So that day stuck out as something unusual.
yes,
You guys were attempting to put together cash that you were potentially gonna pay her for horses, is that correct?
yes,
Ultimately, the two of you never physically met up, is that correct?
correct,
So the extent of all of your communications is contained within these 28 pages of Facebook Messenger messages.
yes,
You already testified there were no phone calls and there was no personal, like, one-on-one contact.
yes,
Your Honor, if I could just have one moment, I just need my. I have nothing further on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly.
Any questions on behalf of James Crumbly?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pennock, did I pronounce that correctly, Pennock?
Yes,
Thank you. You testified that you didn't speak to James very often, did you?
yes,
That's correct, you did not speak to him often? And when you did, it was about the horses, is that fair?
yes,
Horse-related matters, correct?
yes,
He didn't tell you that he had to go to the doctor or anything, right?
no,
He didn't tell you that Jen had been to the doctor.
no,
He didn't talk about Ethan's medical appointments.
no,
So similar to Jen, he kept his communications with you about horses and horse-related matters. Is that fair?
yes,
And you didn't reach out to James after seeing this picture from Jen and say, I'm really concerned about Ethan, right?
I did not.
And you testified previously that your communications with Jen or James, you never were concerned about Ethan. Is that fair?
Correct.
There was never anything that you saw that gave you cause to be concerned about Ethan's mental health, right?
No,
And when you did talk to James, it was limited to horses and related matters.
yes,
So it wasn't strange that he didn't talk about work, right?
correct.
Or doctor's appointments
Yeah,
or Ethan.
correct.
His relationship with you was because of the horses.
Yes,
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly. Carol, you just testified that you didn't, I believe the testimony was you kept your conversations to friendly chit chat. Is that right?
yes.
Except that she did talk to you about her husband having an affair.
She never said that he had an affair, she just had a feeling.
She had a feeling, and she did talk to you about her son being here.
Yes,
And she did talk to you about the fact that he only had one friend.
yes,
And she did talk to you about how he didn't like horses.
yes.
Okay. And in all the time that you've met Jennifer and James and you've known them, how many times have you seen Ethan?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did both parents have to go to the barn every time for 3 to 4 times a week, 3 hours at a time?
They did not have to go together.
Fair to say, some of that stuff, all of that stuff could have been done by one person.
Yes,
Okay. And when you told Miss Smith that Jennifer was very concerned, she still did though have the time to text you about Billy's mud fever
yes,
and arrange the lesson and then cancel the lesson.
yes,
Okay. And when you said you told her it's not your fault and you know hindsight is 20/20, at that time that you stated that, did you know that that they purchased a gun for Ethan and it was accessible to him?
I did not know that the gun was for Ethan or accessible.
Objection, Your Honor, about accessible. That was.
Your Honor, I'm not offering it to prove that it was. I'm
And
asking, did you know?
Sustaining the objection requires the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you know that Jennifer texted Ethan the day before about the ammunition search? LOL, you have to learn not to get caught.
I did not know.
Did you know that that the school told Jennifer and James they needed to get new therapy?
I did not know.
Did you know that when they heard about a shooting, that James went home to look to see if that gun was there?
I did not know that.
Did you know he called 911 and said my son is the school shooter?
I did not know that.
And did you know that Jennifer texted, don't do it, Ethan, don't do it?
I did not know that either.
Nothing further.
Just step down.
The prosecution calls Andrew Smith, and I believe somebody's gonna go. Yes.
And you're all set.
She's excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you.
None from Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor.
Hey, Mark, I think the amended one is further down. Seven, because the screenshots further. There's another one that's further down, because the screenshots further. What one is that?
Sir, Bill, please raise your right hand for me, please. You solemnly swear in testimony you're going to give the truth under the penalty of perjury.
Okay.
And if you can please have a seat. Put up as close as possible to those microphones. They do amplify your voice along with record your voice. It's very important for you to respond to all questions verbally. Please refrain from nodding your head or saying aha or because it's difficult for the full recorder to record. Additionally, if you could keep your voice up so everybody can hear you, that would be helpful. I will leave it up to you as to whether or not you're comfortable removing your mask. If you want to remove your mask and you're comfortable doing so, you may. As you can see, we do have plexiglass around the witness stand, or you can keep it on, okay?
See it go. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll see
It's
it.
it's gonna be difficult to hear you.
And then you do need to keep your voice up there, okay? If you could please state and spell both your first and last name for the record.
Andrew Smith, AndrewSmith.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Smith, you're a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you practice in front of this judge and you're familiar with going to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not-
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what your position is now?
I work as Chief Operations Officer for a real estate company.
Okay, and what are your duties?
Manage the operations of the company of the portfolio of properties.
And how many employees are in the company?
Approximately 700.
All right, do you know Jennifer Crumbly?
Yes.
Do you know James Crumbly?
No.
All right, do you see Jennifer Crumbly in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She's wearing black and white, mostly prison clothing and mask.
Can the record reflect that she's properly identified?
Any objection? So noted.
When did Jennifer Crumbly begin working for the company?
I think she began working approximately 5 years ago.
And were you her direct supervisor?
I was most recently, but not when she was hired.
Okay, so for how long were you her supervisor? How many years?
Approximately a year and a half, I think, 2 years.
All right, and what were her responsibilities and title?
She was a marketing director, in charge of the marketing for the entire company and the portfolio of properties.
Okay, you got to keep your voice
Excuse me.
way up.
She was a marketing director for the company.
Okay, as marketing director, what does that entail? What kinds of mediums or services does she oversee?
Responsible for marketing the property, the asset, responsible for social media, for reviews, ratings, online reviews, website, web-related materials, working with third-party vendors, working with the properties on their internal, external marketing portfolio, things of that nature.
Okay, the company has all social media,
Yes, we have a large social media platform. for our
Instagram,
properties. I believe so, yes,
Facebook,
yes.
Twitter.
I don't think so.
So what were Jennifer Crumbly's hours, work hours?
Standard 40 hours a week. I think she came in at 8 o'clock or before, leave around 4 o'clock.
Was that the same every day?
I believe so for the most part, yes.
And in your company, do employees have to choose which hours they work and work the same every day, or is it flexible?
It's somewhat flexible. We encourage, we want a 40-hour work week, 8-hour days, and we give some flexibility on start time.
And do you allow employees to work from home?
We have when needed, yes.
Has Jennifer Crumbly ever worked from home?
I believe so at times, yes.
Would you describe your company as family friendly?
Yes, very much.
How so?
I think we're very family friendly. If there's ever a need or a time for a family issue, it's always been granted.
Okay. Taking you back to November 30th, do you remember that day?
I do.
And do you remember having any contact with Jennifer Crumbly?
I do.
Can you tell the court what was your first contact?
I received a text message from Ms. Crumbly that morning at about 10 a.m.
Was it a text or Facebook Messenger?
A text message on the phone.
Is that how you normally communicated with her?
In person, by email, or by phone.
Text or Facebook Messenger is what I'm.
Oh, text message.
Okay.
Yes, text.
About approximately what time was that? You know,
I believe 10 a.m.
and what were you doing at the time?
Striving.
Okay. Your Honor, I think at this point I'd like to approach with people's proposed 8, and I believe there's a stipulation to it.
Yes.
And that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Smith, what are you looking at? What did I just hand you?
You handed me what appears to be a text thread from Ms. Crumbley.
And who?
And me, myself, correct.
Okay, so, can you tell the court again, exactly what time did you first hear from her?
10:05 a.m.
And you were where at the time?
I was driving my vehicle.
Okay, did you, get a good look at the text?
I saw that she texted me while driving that she was going to her child's school to meet with counselor.
Okay, was that something that she's required to do if she leaves work?
You're supposed to let your supervisor know if you're going to do any more.
Okay, and, did you respond?
No.
All right, may I publish the exhibit? Okay, so the worksheet, which has also previously been exhibited, entered into evidence, she also attached the math worksheet, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, and what exactly, can you read the text that she sent?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
And then what was the next communication you had with Jennifer Crumbly?
I believe I saw her at work around noon that day.
Did you take a good look at that worksheet?
Not that, I mean, I did, but not at that time.
Okay, so you said you saw her later at work. Do you know what time that was?
It was approximately 12 p.m.
Okay, and where did you see her?
I saw her in the copy room in her office.
And just to stop you, did you know anything about her son?
No, nothing more than maybe small talk.
Okay, did she ever talk about her son with you?
Not really, no. Maybe some small talk here and there, but not much else. No.
Did she talk about anything that she did outside of work?
Very little. She talked about her horses, and she owned horses, and she really enjoyed horses. Maybe vacation here or there, a little travel, but not a lot. No.
Okay. So the next time you saw Jennifer, I'm sorry, you said was around what?
About 12 p.m. on that
Okay, and what was did you have a conversation with her?
day. Yes.
And what was the conversation about?
I recall asking her how things were, how she was doing, and she had said that her son needed to get some counseling. And I think she mentioned his dog, family pet had passed away, and a grandparent had passed away recently, and she felt like she was failing him.
I'm sorry, she said what?
I think she said she felt as if she was failing him or a failure.
All right, when she said she had to get counseling, did she say why?
She said, she didn't say why, she just mentioned that a family pet had passed away, a grandparent had passed away, but she didn't say why.
Did she tell you what the situation was at school?
No, just that she was told she needed to get some counseling for her son.
Okay, and her son was not with her, correct?
No, not what I was talking to her.
Okay. By the way, you do allow kids to come to your workplace, right?
This happened, yeah, quite a bit actually.
Can you tell the court what was on Jennifer Crumbly's schedule that day?
I know we had a meeting scheduled to visit the property that afternoon.
And did you talk to her about going to the meeting?
Yes.
When did you speak with her?
We may have talked before the 30th, but we talked that day, that afternoon.
Where did you have that conversation?
Shortly after we talked in the copy room, so maybe 20 minutes, half hour later, her and another colleague and I had a brief conversation about the property visit that afternoon and about some phone calls we had scheduled the next day.
And was she required to go to that meeting?
She was invited, not required.
Did you tell her she had to go?
No.
Did you tell her she didn't have to go?
At that meeting, I mentioned to her, it was her choice, she did not need to come. I did say that, yes.
Okay. And if she had not returned to work that afternoon, what would have happened to Jennifer Crumbly at her workplace?
I'm confused. If she
Would
had
she have been
decided,
disciplined if she didn't come back to work that afternoon?
After
For-
what
for-
point?
After she went to the school things?
I don't know, not at all.
Okay, what is the protocol if somebody has to leave for an issue with their child or something else?
Well, we have a PTO policy, but when it comes
What
to
does
advanced
PTO stand for?
paid time off,
Okay,
which you would submit your time on an online portal. But if you had a family issue, you would always be granted time for a family, whatever it may be.
Okay, and did she ever request to leave that day, after she went to school and came back?
She never requested, but she did leave that day, yes.
Okay, we're gonna get to that in a minute.
Okay.
What was the next time that you spoke to Jennifer after, you had a meeting about, the schedule?
The next time I spoke to her was briefly when I heard her screaming down the hallway,
How far away is your office from hers?
10 feet.
Okay, and what, you said you heard screaming?
Yeah, I heard some loud yelling, screaming.
What did you do?
I heard it, I think I was on a call or Zoom, and I walked out of my office to see what was going on. And I saw her, Mrs. Crumbly say that there was an active shooter at a child's school, and she had to go.
And did she leave?
She did.
And I assume you didn't have a problem with that.
I said, go.
Okay, well, did you hear from her again that day?
Yes,
Can you tell, or how did you hear? Did they text or call?
I received both. She texted things to me, 2 phone calls in.
Do you know what time those occurred?
I received text message about 20, 30 minutes after she left.
Okay, let's, we have the exhibit published. And can you read that text that came in 1:23 PM?
Correct.
Okay, do you know, if you know, how long after, how long it was from the time she left to the time she sent that text?
I think 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, can you read the text?
The gun is gone and so are the bullets.
Okay. What? When she texted, the gun is gone and so are the bullets. Did you know anything about a gun at this point?
Not at all, no.
And what did you think when you received that?
I didn't know what she was saying. I was concerned.
Okay, and what happened after that?
I texted her back. I said, I'm praying everything is okay. I didn't know what to say at the time. I was
Did you know that there was a gun or bullets in the home at all?
not that aware, no.
Not what?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Okay, so had you had a previous conversation with Jennifer Crumbly about guns?
None that I recall, no.
Okay, and do you follow her on social media?
Yes, at the time I did.
Okay, and do you regularly look at her posts?
I don't regularly, but I see her post. I would see her post time to time, yes.
And did you ever remember seeing a post about a gun
I remember seeing the post about a shooting range.
before the 30th?
I don't recall before or after. I don't know.
Okay, and what did she respond? When did the first phone call come?
It was about 1:30, 1:25, 1:30.
So was it before the next text?
Yes, I believe it was, yes, yes.
Okay, what was the phone call? It was to your phone?
She called my cell phone, sorry.
And then what did you do?
I walked down to our HR director's office.
And what is
where
her
I
name?
was, Kathy Poliquin.
Okay,
When I received this text, I was, I believe, in a hearing on a Zoom meeting. And I stepped away because I was concerned by what I had just received and learned. Walked down to our HR director's office. In her office, I received a phone call.
and did you have the phone on speaker or did you just keep the call in her?
I took the call and put it on speaker.
Okay, and what did Jennifer say?
I recall her saying she was trying to get to her child's school. She sounded frantic. You could hear ambulance or sirens in the background. And that the gun was missing, or the gun was missing.
When she said, how did she describe the gun?
Don't recall exactly, just that there was a gun missing, that their gun was missing.
Okay, and what did you say, if anything?
Kath and I both told her you need to call the police.
And what did she say?
She said that my husband is at home and already called the police.
Okay, and then did the call end right then, or was there more conversation?
I don't recall more. I think it ended shortly after. We might have said, please let us know if you need anything, but I don't recall exactly anymore.
Okay, and after that, then you received the next text?
Yes, I believe so.
And what does it say?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then the next text?
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
And then what else?
Ethan did it.
Okay, what was your response at this point?
Complete shock.
And what did you do?
I let the HR director know at the time. We didn't really know what to do. We were looking for the story online to see if everyone was okay. We didn't know what was going on. We were really concerned, greatly concerned and shocked at what we were learning.
Did she make another phone call to you?
Yes,
Do you know when that occurred?
that was about 2:15, I think.
Okay, so there was what was the 2:15 call about? And who was present?
I was in our HR director's office. I put it on speaker, and she had said she had saw her son at the police station. I recall her saying that, and I recall her saying that she asked if I could recommend a lawyer.
And what did you say?
At the time, I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of a lawyer. I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel, but I couldn't think of one. Sorry.
And why couldn't you think of a lawyer? I assume you know a lot of lawyers.
I do. I was completely in shock and overwhelmed what we had learned. I couldn't think of anyone that would in a million years be able to suggest this matter.
Okay.
I didn't even know where to start.
Okay, and then the next time you hear from Jennifer Crumbly is when?
I received a text at 3:39 p.m. that day.
Okay, and what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And what did you think about that?
I was surprised by that text.
Why is that?
I was surprised she was worried about her job at the time. I thought she'd be more worried about what was going on.
And at that point, was the news public?
Yes, we had learned there was a shooting. We were still finding out more, but we had learned that there was an active shooting at the school. Yes.
One moment.
Just for clarification, I know that this exhibit was stipulated to, I just wanted the record to be clear that it's been admitted pursuant to stipulation.
Thank you, Mary.
Probably.
Mr. Smith, at some point that meeting you spoke of that Mrs. Crumbly, would you consider it optional that she spoke at that meeting?
Yeah, she was invited. She did not have to attend.
Did it actually take place?
No.
Why didn't it take place?
With what happened that day was the last thing we were worried about was going to visit a problem.
Okay.
Be crossed on behalf of Jennifer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Smith. I'm a lawyer representing Jennifer Crumbly. If I ask any confusing questions, please let me know, okay? You testified that the company's family friendly, correct?
Correct.
If people need time off to do things for their children, your company's flexible and allows that to happen.
Yes.
And in terms of with Jennifer Crumbly, you were aware Ethan was her son.
Yes.
And while you didn't discuss Ethan very often, she didn't make it any secret she had Ethan as her son, correct?
No, I knew she had a son named Ethan, yes.
Okay, and did you see that she had photographs of him playing soccer up in her office?
It sounds familiar, yes.
And most of what you and Jennifer talk about in the grand scheme of things is work-related issues, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Jennifer as being somebody who's very conscientious about her work?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that she's a definite go-getter, wanting to get promotions, wanting to make more money, wanting to get further ahead?
She was definitely professional and very good. She was good at her job and handled herself very well, yes.
The position that she was in on November 30th, that position, I think you said, was Director of Marketing, is that correct?
Correct.
And the director role was actually a newer role for Jennifer. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe she had been in that position about a year and a half.
Okay, so prior to her being in that position, she was in a lower position and she had worked up to being the director.
Yes.
And it's fair to say Jennifer appears to be a hard worker.
I believe so, yes.
And, okay, so you've been in touch with her and working with her the entire time she's been employed at the company, correct?
She didn't report to me until she became the Director of Marketing, but we would have had interaction before that time, yes.
Okay, thank you. When you were talking to Jennifer and she mentioned she had to go over to the school counselor, you testified that she said something about, I feel like a failure. Is that correct?
Yes,
What did you take that to mean?
I didn't know. I didn't know. I think she just felt sad about the situation.
Did she seem nervous or upset, anything like that?
She seems somewhat down.
Okay. So she left work and she went over to the school. And I believe the text, or you understood, did she tell you she was going to the school, or was it just the text that said I have to go to my kid's school?
I just received the text.
And was it frequent that you would get texts from her that she had to go to the school to see the counselor?
I don't recall any other text regarding a counselor.
Was there ever were there other times where Jennifer had to go over and meet with people at the school, as far as you know?
I don't know.
It's fair to say that Jennifer having to go over to the school, that wasn't something that consistently disrupted work.
Not that I recall, no.
So you testified she went over to the school, and then did you say there was a phone call after she left the school? Or what was the next phone call?
I received a phone call from her that afternoon.
Okay, and that afternoon, the phone call, you described her as being frantic.
Yes,
Okay, tell me what you mean by that.
she seemed very alarmed and concerned.
Did she seem upset?
She seemed very alarmed and concerned. I guess you could say upset, yes, but it was more that she was in a frantic, concerned tone.
And was that when it was your understanding she was trying to get to the child's school?
Yes,
And it was in that phone call where she told you that there was a gun and that James had already called the police about the gun. Is that correct?
correct.
At that point in time, did you and Jennifer discuss any other issues?
Not that I recall.
Okay, was it a conversation that was frantic in terms of fast paced, or was it slower paced? Do you recall how that call was?
I just recall she was frantic, you could tell very alarmed.
Okay, and obviously that concerned you.
Absolutely.
When you received the text that said, "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter." What did you take that text to mean?
I don't know how to answer. I was very alarmed by the text, obviously.
Ethan being suicidal, was that something that you had ever discussed with Jennifer Crumbly?
No,
Ethan being a shooter of any person or being thought to be homicidal, was that something you had ever discussed with Jennifer?
no,
Had you ever had thoughts in your mind that, based on what Jennifer said in front of you, that Ethan would be a school shooter?
no.
As far as you are aware, Jennifer is the breadwinner in the home. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know.
So you don't discuss the details of James' employment or what James does with him?
I've never discussed anything with James before, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, Jennifer's never given you details about his employment or anything like that?
I believe she may have mentioned he got laid off or was in between jobs at one point. Yeah, I remember that, yes.
Okay. As far as John not talking to you about Ethan frequently, that wasn't something that rubbed you as strange, correct?
No,
There was no time where you ever went to Jennifer and said, I'm really concerned about your son or the way you handle or don't handle your son. Is that correct?
that's a correct statement.
Your relationship with Jennifer just isn't one where that kind of conversation would be normal.
That's a fair statement, yes.
You testified that you were in complete shock. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, when in talking to Jennifer on the phone calls and through the text messages, did you have an opinion about whether she seemed like she was in shock?
They were asking you when she was on the phone?
Yeah, or through the text messages.
Well, I can't speak to how she felt in the text, but on the phone, she definitely sounded frantic and as if she was in panic mode.
And when the prosecution asked you about the text where Jennifer said, "I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did," you recall that text, correct?
I do, yes.
And you testified that you thought it was strange she'd be worried about that with everything going on. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you don't know what she was worried about in that moment, except for, in part, her job, correct?
What she had called us prior to that, letting us know that she was at the police station and saw her son. I figured she was worried about her child.
Okay, so we can agree that while she was worried about her job, she could have been worried about many other topics at the same time.
Sure, yes.
Okay, and in your conversations with her, you did understand her to be worried about other things such as Ethan being at the police station, lawyers, things along those lines.
I was aware she was worried about her son, yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Ms. Crumbly this time.
Any questions of, any cross for James Crumbly?
None, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Mr. Smith, at some point, did you get a chance to go back and look at that math worksheet?
At some point, yes, I did.
When did you do that?
Later that afternoon.
And what did you look at it in detail?
Yes, I looked at it after we learned of what had happened.
And what was your thought about it?
It's trouble. It's concerning.
Why is that?
It's a concerning message. It looks like it's someone trying for help.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask one follow-up?
Go ahead.
When you say that it looks like someone asking for help, that could be a concern of suicide. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I can answer that correctly, but sure, I guess, yes.
When someone writes, "Help me and my life is useless."
That was concerning, yes.
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor, did you see the picture of the gun?
Yes.
Did you know that it was identical to the gun that they bought their son?
No.
Okay.
Think you can step down.
Prosecution calls,
Any,
sorry.
the witness be excused?
Yeah.
Any objection? Okay.
No objection.
No.
Your Honor.
I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the next witness.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. I'm sorry.
May I stand up?
Yeah, we'll walk.
No, I mean, may I stand up right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Just, we'll walk over there. Very well.
Yeah.
There's.
to the admission of 1 through 5. So I would,
Yes, for those to be admitted.
yes,
Is that correct? Do both attorneys stipulate to the admission of exhibits 1 through 5?
That is correct, but my understanding is, and I just want to make sure this is correct, that number 5 is going to be played.
that's
Okay,
I'm sorry, number 5 is going to be what?
played in the courtroom, not.
But all 5 have been stipulated, in terms of the admissibility of them, you have stipulated to the admission of all 5.
yes, Judge.
The issue that you want to address with the court before we start, do you want
Yeah.
to address it up at the bench or?
No, very quickly, when my client is seated and writing down on her lap, the camera can focus in on her papers and has. I would ask that the cameras not be allowed to focus in on papers and that the media explicitly be told that cannot happen.
Let me wait until both.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Jennifer Crumbly and People versus James Crumbly. The defense counsel has brought up an issue relative to any filming and or photographing of notes taken by the attorneys and or the defendants. I am going to direct the media, do not zero in or take any photographs of their notes to each other. That is prohibited, strictly prohibited. That is attorney-client communication, and it is not to be divulged in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Okay, you ready to call your next witness?
I am, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Kathy Poliquin.
Ma'am, if you'll please just raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury. You may have to keep your voice up for me. I do. Yeah. You can have a seat, please. And if you could scoot as close as you can to those microphones, I'd appreciate it. I am going to ask you to please keep your voice up when testifying so that everybody can hear you and we can record you. Additionally, it is very important for you to verbalize all responses. Okay, if you shake your head or say or my court reporter cannot record that. Okay. Yes. Okay. So again, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
First, I'd like you to state and spell your first and last name for me.
Kathy Poliquin, KathyPoliquin.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Kathy, just for purposes of laying the groundwork here, you work for a real estate management company, correct? Correct. Okay, what's your title there?
Director of Human Resources.
Okay, and again, remembering, try to match the volume of my voice. What do you oversee? What are your duties?
I oversee all human resource functions, all the employees in all of our locations, including our corporate office, anything dealing with payroll, benefits, disciplinary, hiring, firing, anything human resource related.
And how long have you done that job?
16 years.
Okay, do you know Jennifer Crumbly?
Yes.
Do you know James Crumbly?
No.
Do you see Jennifer here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you describe something she's wearing to the court?
What she is wearing, black and white jumpsuit.
May the record reflect she's properly identified Jennifer Crumbly.
No objection.
So noted.
When did you first meet Jennifer Crumbly?
Almost 5 years ago.
Is that when she began working there?
Yes.
All right, and when she was hired, what was her position?
A marketing assistant.
What was her position at the time she left, she was terminated?
Director of marketing.
And what was your interaction with Jennifer? How frequent was your interactions? Were your interactions?
Minimal.
Did you ever socialize or see her outside of work?
Minimal.
In what capacity?
Just a few Facebook texts, casual,
Okay. Were you friends?
friendly, friends.
And did she ever share anything personal about with you?
Very minimal.
What did you know about her based on what she told you?
That, I know she loves horses. I know that she worked at the, ski patrol at Pine Knob.
I'm sorry, the what?
Ski
Ski patrol at Pine Knob, okay.
And just minimally giving me some information when her husband had lost a job and took a job with DoorDash.
And when did she tell you he took the job with DoorDash?
A few months ago?
Did you know she had a son?
Yes.
Did she talk about him much?
No.
Did you, would you describe your workplace family friendly?
Yes.
What would you do you mean by that?
Our core values is family first.
And so what exactly does that mean?
Well,
To you.
if anybody needed to attend to a family issue, they had to leave for an emergency, it was never said no. You know, go tend to your concerns or your problems, and that's it. We never, held anyone back.
And did Jennifer directly report to you?
No,
So when did you interact with her with regard, was it pay, hours, time off?
sometimes, usually she would help me with employment and postings on social media.
Okay. And when employees need to take time off, what's the procedure or protocol?
Procedure, they are to ask permission from their immediate supervisor first, and then they enter their time into our payroll system for PTO, paid time off.
And how is PTO accumulated?
It is, upon hire, they would earn 48 hours at 90 days. And then at 1 year of employment, they would earn 88 hours of PTO. 2 years, they would earn 128 hours of PTO, and 5 years and beyond, it would be 168 hours PTO.
And as part of your job, do you keep track of that?
Yeah, I do through our payroll system.
And do you manage the documents and records related to benefits and time off and employment?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Jennifer had any PTO time on November 30th? Meaning if she had to take time off, was that available to her?
Yes, I believe she had 12 hours of PTO remaining at that time.
Do you follow Jennifer on social media?
I am Facebook friends. I don't really follow.
Does the company offer health insurance?
Yes.
Does it offer health insurance for a single person and a family?
Yes.
Was Jennifer's son covered on her health insurance?
No.
Was Jennifer covered on her health insurance?
Yes.
Was James?
No.
Does your policy provide any assistance or insurance for mental health treatment?
Yes.
You said you are associated with Jennifer on social media. Did you ever see a post about a gun?
Yes.
Do you remember when you saw that?
I don't know exactly when. It was in the past couple months.
Okay. And what was your reaction to the post about the gun and her son?
I was kind of like, okay, I wouldn't have done that, but kind of moved along.
Okay. And why were you? I'm not sure how to characterize but would you say you thought it was odd or different or not something you would do? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Not really appropriate, but
Why not?
something I would not have done with my child.
Okay. Did Jennifer ever talk to you about guns?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about her son?
No.
Do you know if Jennifer was at work on November 29th?
Yes.
You know that was a stalker or it was reported that she was at work?
It was reported on her time card.
Okay. Did you see Jennifer on November 30th?
No.
Did you talk to her?
Yes.
And do you know if she came into work that day?
No.
You don't know, or she didn't?
No, I don't know.
Okay,
I did not see her.
okay, so, but at some point you talked to her, how did that come about?
I only talked to her when Andy Smith came into my office and had Jen on his cell phone.
And what was Jen, do you remember about what time that was?
Midday.
Had the news of the Oxford school shooting been made public at that point?
I don't know.
Do you know if you knew anything about it before you came into your office?
I knew nothing about it.
Okay, what was Jennifer saying on the phone?
She was very hysterical. I don't recall verbatim. Very hysterical. She was trying to get to the school. I believe she was talking about, the gun was missing. She was concerned about it could be Ethan.
When she said the gun, did you know what gun she was talking about?
I was assuming it was her handgun. That was, I saw on social media.
You were assuming it was the same gun that was posted on Instagram, got my
Yes.
son a gun on early Christmas present, is that the post? Okay. And did you ever see the exhibit that's up on the screen, the math worksheet?
Yes,
When did you see it?
I saw it at the same time Andy Smith came into my office with Jen on the phone. He put his cell phone down and pulled up the picture of Dad on his phone.
And did you take a good look at it?
I did,
When?
while he was talking on the phone.
What was your thought?
My first thought was this boy needs help.
Okay, did you say anything about it?
No,
Okay, so you were just listening to
Yes.
Jennifer? And at some point, did you talk to Jennifer again that day?
yes,
How many times?
maybe one or two. I don't recall how many.
And what was the purpose of did she call you or did you call her?
She called me, I did not call her.
Okay, and were you ever involved in any calls that she and Andy had later?
I believe we were on a call together.
Okay, what was the purpose of the calls from Jennifer?
I recall one conversation, she was afraid to lose her job.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it during the work hours?
It was during work hours.
Okay. And what was your response?
Our response was to tend to your family and don't worry about work. Just tend to your family. Let's talk about it next week.
Did you get another request to come to about work?
Yes,
And what was it?
it was this same request that she didn't want to lose her job. She was afraid to lose her job. And another senior leadership, Nancy Lutfi, was with us on the phone and stated that she was going to be on administrative leave for the next couple of weeks and just to not worry about work.
What did Jennifer say?
Thank you. She said to tell our senior leadership, thank you.
Did she ever say she wanted to come into work?
She did.
What did she say?
That she wanted to come in. She thought she could possibly come in a few days later, maybe for a half a day to get her mind off things.
Later that week, the week of the shooting?
Yes, what day was the shooting?
Tuesday, November 30th.
Yes, Thursday or Friday.
So she wanted to come in back to work that week.
Yes.
And what was your response?
She said, no, you're on administrative leave.
Okay.
Don't worry about coming into work. We'll talk in a couple weeks.
And did you ever hear Jennifer ask to leave work to take Ethan to her son to the doctor?
No,
Do you know, did she ever talk about him getting any kind of medical attention?
no.
All right. Did she ever talk about her horses getting medical attention?
I think a few times she had mentioned the vet, having the horse was sick.
Okay. One moment, Renner. I'm all set.
Any cross on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to go through the November 30th date with you. When you were with, it sounds like Andy Smith, and he came into your office with Jennifer on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that she was hysterical. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Can you describe what it means can you describe what you mean by that?
I don't recall exactly what she was saying. I know she was just very upset. She was trying to get to the school. I believe she said the roads were closed off. She was having a difficult time getting there. We had said to her, call the police. She said James already did. The gun was missing, but she was just, I can't put, I don't recall exactly what she said, but she was just really upset and hysterical.
Did she sound panicked?
Panic, yeah, yes,
Was she talking fast?
yes,
You and Andy were trying to just get her to at least stay calm. Is that correct?
yes.
It was a separate phone call when Jen was asking if she still had her job. Is that correct?
Yes,
And she told you part of the reason she didn't want to, she told you she didn't know how to handle this, correct?
yes,
And she doesn't know, she told you she needed information from you so that she could get money to pay for a lawyer. Is that correct?
yes, I think she wanted check stubs.
You would be the person to contact for check stubs or verification of employment, correct?
Yes,
And Jennifer explicitly said she needs to get a loan to pay to have a lawyer, correct?
yes,
So any kind of check stubs or documents you needed to prepare, she would have asked you for those materials, correct?
as an active employee, she still had access to her check stubs. She just had to log into the payroll system.
Okay, but if, like, for example, a loan officer needed documentation or something, as the HR person, you can send those materials along, correct?
Yes,
You. Now, as you were talking to Ms. Crumbly, she also sent you a different email address to send any materials to from her pay stubs and things like that, correct?
yes,
She indicated to you her Outlook isn't working and she needed you to use this other address.
yes,
So the bulk of your conversation is really about these logistics, about pay stubs, this is happening, and in the background, you know, she's driving to the school, she's frantic, trying to get there, correct?
she wasn't driving to the school about the conversation with check stubs.
I'm sorry, so the check stubs conversation was after she had already been at the school.
Yes,
It's fair to say during that conversation, she still sounded upset and not like her normal self.
she was upset, not as hysterical as she was earlier.
When you spoke with police, you told them how Jennifer had offered to come back to work. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And specifically, you said that Jennifer said she wanted to come back to work maybe half days the following week. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
I don't recall, but I may have.
Does that sound accurate?
It sounds accurate.
If anything, you and anyone else from the company that you were with that day was supportive to Jennifer Crumbly, correct?
Yes,
Everyone at your office that you were around that day was surprised by what was taking place at Oxford School, High School. Ms. Crumbly was also asking you questions about how much is in her 401k, things along those lines, correct?
yes,
And she's trying to get the company ID for sites like Paylocity. Is that a payroll company you use?
yes,
You were trying to help her with that because even that site was having issues that day, is that correct?
yes,
So a lot of your conversations with Jen regarding her employment, HR issues, those are not topics that would surprise you that Jennifer would call you about, correct?
Correct.
If Jennifer in the past was having an argument with Ethan or something along those lines, that's not something Jennifer would have come and talked to you about, correct?
That is correct.
If she had done that, that would be unusual.
Yes, we didn't have that kind of relationship.
So you had certainly a professional relationship
Yes,
where the questions about her job, payroll, pay stubs, proof of employment were relevant to what you do for the company.
yes,
Your office is not far from Jennifer's, where Jennifer sits, is that correct?
it is a good distance away. Yes,
Okay. You've been down by her desk
yes,
and you've seen that she has family photographs and things like that.
yes,
On her Facebook feed, you saw the photograph of the gun in a post from Jennifer days before, is that correct?
right,
And you never spoke with Jennifer about that post.
no,
You testified that it was not appropriate. It would not be appropriate in your mind for you to post something like that, is that correct?
correct,
It's fair to say you're not into guns.
correct,
It's fair to say you don't go to the shooting range and enjoy that kind of a hobby, correct?
correct,
And based on Jennifer's Facebook, there were pictures of targets after they had gone to a shooting range. You saw those as well?
yes,
Okay, and you saw the photograph of the gun.
yes,
In terms of Facebook overall, Jennifer also posted about vacations, camping trips, things along those lines. Is that correct?
she may have, I don't really read people's feeds, so I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back and look at her feed since the time since November 30th when everything unfolded?
No,
If I told you that there are photographs, family photographs, things like that, would you be surprised?
no,
When was it that you saw the math page during the day of November 30th? Who showed you that page?
Andy Smith had it on his phone when he came into my office. And then he pulled that up while she was talking.
Did that happen when, before or after the first call when Jennifer was on her way to the school?
That was the first call that I was on the phone with her.
And I'm sorry, so you saw this photograph before that phone call?
No,
I'm sorry, tell me the order of events, I'm missing it.
when Andy Smith came into my office and put Jen on speakerphone, was the first I've learned of anything. And he brought that picture up on his phone at that time while she was talking hysterically, trying to drive to the school.
You did not talk to her though about the contents of that page, anything on there, correct?
No, correct,
It was the kind of thing where you're having a conversation on speakerphone and Andy was showing you what Jennifer had sent to him.
correct,
And when you looked at it, you thought, that boy needs help, is that correct?
correct.
And when you saw that drawing, and knew that there was something going on where mom was headed to the school, you didn't call police or anyone to make anyone aware about this drawing, is that correct?
I did not call, correct.
And at that point, when you were speaking to Jennifer, Jennifer didn't go over the details on the drawing with you.
No,
When you were on the phone and Andy and you had a conversation, were you aware that Jennifer was concerned Ethan may be suicidal?
yes,
Did you become concerned that he was suicidal?
I, too much was going on, I didn't really have time to think. I was trying to process what was going on. I did not know the whole story.
And you would agree with me that that day when you were dealing with Jennifer Crumbly, she was processing a lot too, and it was an unordinary day, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross on the end, James?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Crumbly.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. council just asked you about, you weren't surprised by the conversation we had with Jennifer, with benefits and getting money out in pay stubs, and you responded that you weren't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but were you surprised that just a couple hours after her son murdered children in a school, she's asking about her job?
Yes.
And she also asked you about pictures. Did anything strike you unusual when you actually cleaned out Jennifer's desk?
Unusual, slightly.
What was that?
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
What, if any, pictures, Kathy, did you find in Jennifer's desk, on the desk, in the desk?
In the desk drawer was a small photo frame of her husband in one of the desk drawers upside down. And the only other photos I saw and found was a small picture of her son on her bulletin board and a picture of a horse. I don't know if it was her horse or whatnot, but it was a picture.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down. Can I have the attorney's bench for one quick second, please? At 1 o'clock. I still want to talk. Oh,
Your Honor, Mariel, here. Are we able to leave the courtroom?
yeah. Okay, calling People versus James and Jennifer Crumbley, docket numbers 21006-651 and 21006-652. Can I have appearances on the record, starting with the prosecutor?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark. Keith, on behalf of people.
Good afternoon, Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbly.
And are we ready to proceed with preliminary examination?
I am, Your Honor. The prosecutor calls Amanda Holland. Yes.
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give under the penalty of perjury? You, may ask you to scoot up a little bit closer to the microphone. Please keep your voice up. Verbalize all responses to all questions. And if you are comfortable, you can take your mask off while testifying. Okay? You have the plexiglass around on both sides, so it's totally up to you. All right, I'm going to ask you to state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Amanda, A-M-A-N-D-A, Holland, H-O-L-L-A.
I'm sorry, H-O-L-L.
A-N-D.
Thank you.
Amanda, just if you try to match the volume of my voice, then you should be fine so everybody can hear you. You're employed at a real estate management company?
Yes.
And what is your position there?
Administrative assistant,
Okay, and who are you an assistant to? One person or more than one person?
one person,
And who's that?
Andrew Smith,
Okay, and where is your, do you have an office or a desk?
a desk.
Is it cubicle or just,
I would say a cubicle.
okay. And do you know Jennifer Crumbly? Yes. Do you know James Crumbly?
No.
And do you see Jennifer Crumbly in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you describe something she's wearing for the court?
A striped top.
May the record reflect that she's properly identified Jennifer Crumbly.
No objection.
So noted.
How close in proximity is your workstation was your workstation to Jennifer's?
Very close, across the hall.
All right, and was she in an office or a cubicle?
An office.
Okay. And were you and Jennifer and are you and Jennifer friends?
No.
Okay, how would you describe your relationship?
Coworkers, friendly coworkers.
Did you ever socialize with her outside the office?
No.
And did you have opportunities to interact with her on a daily basis?
At work?
Yes. Okay. And would you share personal details about your lives together?
On
To
occasion.
each other?
Yes.
Okay. Who did more of the sharing, you or Jennifer?
Jen.
Okay. And did she share with you any personal problems that she was having?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give me an example of something? You have to speak up really loud, or take your mask off so we can see, but you can keep the mask on, we just need to hear you.
Marital issues?
Okay, and did you know who her husband was? Did she talk about him by name?
Yes.
And who was that?
James.
Okay, and when did that come up?
Occasionally.
Approximately what year, what month?
2021. She spoke of him occasionally, just, throughout the time I've known her, but more in detail over 2021.
Okay, and is this something that she would talk to you about because she was upset or in passing?
Both.
All right, and what, aside from things that she said to you, were there any other signs that there was a dispute or conflict between James and Jennifer?
Outside of her talking to me about it?
Yes.
There would be loud phone calls occasionally, but that was about it.
I'm sorry, what?
Loud phone calls occasionally, but other than that, no.
Loud phone calls that she would keep the door open?
Sometimes. Usually it would be shut or almost shut, but you could still hear the door.
You could still hear the conversation behind a closed door?
Yes.
Okay. You said they were having marital issues. What exactly did she tell you?
That both her and James had been seeing other people outside of their marriage.
And was that something she was happy about?
Not at first, but then it didn't seem like it was an issue.
Okay, did she tell you that they were still together?
They had separated for a moment, but then it sounded like they had gotten back together.
And when they separated, do you remember when, about a month or year that was?
It was 2021, but I don't recall the month.
Did they separate households?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And was there any other indicator to you that there were other relationships going on than just with her husband?
Yes.
What was that?
She had spoken about it to me. There was someone that she.
Your Honor, I would object as to relevance at this time.
Response to relevancy?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendants owed a duty to the community to prevent their son, who they had every reason to believe and saw was a danger. What they did and didn't do, what they spent their time doing, what they exposed their son to is absolutely material and probative under 401 and pursuant to People versus Mills.
Your Honor, there is no duty owed to community members from just every person in public. So I don't believe that's a proper response, but more importantly, there is no duty owed to a community that the prosecutor argues exists.
In terms of the question itself, whether or not there was some type of extramarital relationship with the parties and a duty owed to the community, I don't know that that is intertwined. However, as far as the relevancy goes to the ultimate issue of this particular case, I'm overruling the objection. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, just one moment. Your Honor, I do just want to, to make a good record, the duty owed here is to protect the community from their son intentionally harming somebody when they knew he was preoccupied with violent material, that he had access to a gun, he could use it when he wanted to, and he was disturbed. It's a parental duty. It goes far beyond careless. It's gross negligence, and there's absolutely a duty. And I didn't get a chance to tie that together, but I'll move on. What was the indicator to you that there was another relationship going on outside Jennifer Crumbly's marriage?
She spoke to me about it.
Okay. Did you notice anything prior to that?
I I didn't notice anything, no.
Okay, what did she say?
She had told me that she had been seeing somebody else.
And did she tell you who that person was?
No.
And did she tell you when she saw that person?
One, after the fact, one time she did.
Okay, tell me about that.
There was a point where, I had noticed that she wasn't there in the morning, and she had mentioned that she had seen a man, in the morning before, during work hours.
What do you mean you noticed she wasn't there? Was it before she was supposed to come into work?
I typically got in after her. I would notice that she had been there, her light was on and everything, but she was not there. And it would be about an hour until I would see her afterward.
Did you ask her about that, or did she just?
I didn't ask, but she had mentioned, errands at first, and then, she had mentioned that about a week after that, she was seeing somebody else.
And where would she, did she say where she would go during those hours?
She said that this person would pick her up, and they would go across the street from our office.
To where?
Costco?
And did she say what they were doing?
Not directly, no.
Okay. And, what did Jennifer say about, well, first of all, did she talk about her son very often?
No, not very often.
What did she talk about, other than her marital issues?
A lot of it was about the horses. She liked to go there a lot after work, or she would say that she'd go there a lot after work. She talked about, she had purchased a new horse this past year. And then a lot of yard work, a lot of housework.
I'm sorry, so I didn't catch that last part. She what?
She would talk about a lot of yard work and housework she was doing.
Yard work and housework?
Did she say whether or not her son was aware of these marital issues?
Not directly, no. He would overhear fights occasionally, but I don't know if we've heard anything else.
Okay. Do you follow Jennifer Crumbley on social media?
We're friends on Facebook, yes.
Okay. And did you ever see a post about their son and how they bought their son's gun for Christmas, early Christmas present?
I didn't see the post initially, no.
Okay. So you didn't see it prior to November 30th?
No, I saw it on November 30th, but not prior.
Did she ever talk to you about guns?
No.
Okay. Do you have a suspicion about why she didn't mention that, if she's mentioning a lot of other things?
Your Honor, I would object to speculation.
I'll read this. Do you know why?
No.
Okay. You did at some point get an opportunity to look at the post?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
The day, on November 30th.
Okay, so let's go to November 29th, the day before this terrible event occurred. Did you see Jennifer on November 29th?
Yes.
And was there anything unusual that occurred that day?
She mentioned that she got a message from the school, but she didn't go or do anything. I don't think.
Okay. Did she say what the message was?
No.
Did she seem concerned in any way?
No.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Normal.
Okay. Did she say what she was going to do with regard to that message, or what she was going to do after work at all?
No.
Okay. And did she mention anything about what her son was doing recently around that time?
No.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbly ever talk to you about how she described her son?
She would say he's quiet. She didn't go into detail. I think I would gather that he's quiet.
Did she ever mention to you that he was having a difficult time?
Only when his friends had gone away. That was the only time I heard that there may be some trouble.
Okay, and did she say specifically what concerned her about his friend going away?
She was concerned he would be lonely, that it was his only main friend, maybe only friend, I could tell. She was just concerned that he would be alone.
Okay, and particularly did she say when she was concerned that he would be alone?
No, not to do with her.
Okay, how often did Jennifer and James Crumbly go to the barn?
Often, I would say maybe almost every day.
Her objection is to the foundation for this witness's knowledge about that.
Did Jennifer talk to you about, I'll do mine.
And, go ahead.
Did Jennifer talk to you about, going to the barn?
Yeah.
How often did she talk to you about going to the barn?
Almost daily.
All right, so was that in the context of she's just bringing it up, or she's talking about her plans after work?
Both.
Okay,
A lot of the times her plans after work, she would leave a little earlier than I would, and she would usually say she was going to the barn.
okay. And you spoke to her, Dave?
Yes,
Okay, so about how often did she go to the barn?
almost daily,
Okay, and did Ethan go with her?
not to my knowledge.
Did she ever express a concern about her son not going with her?
No.
Okay. The next day, November 30th, do you remember that day?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the first time that you talked to Jennifer in the number?
In the morning, I went in, I popped in, made coffee, and on my way back to my desk, I stopped at the morning to where we talked briefly.
Is that something that you would ordinarily do?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware of a call about her son?
Yeah.
And how did you become aware?
She took a phone call and I could hear it.
You could hear, I'm sorry, what?
I could hear her phone call.
Okay, and do you know who she was talking to?
Jane,
Okay, and what was the subject of the call? What were they talking about?
he had called her, or no, I'm sorry, I apologize, I think I mixed up the call. This was later in the day. The first call was from, the school.
Okay,
That there was an issue at the school. That's all I could gather from the call.
okay, what did she do after that?
She called me.
And what did she tell James?
She was asking if he was able to come to the school.
Okay,
Check on this situation.
did she say how she felt about going to the school?
No,
Okay, did she say whether she wanted to go or didn't want to go?
no,
Okay. Was she trying to ask James to go instead of her, or they were to come to?
it sounded like she wanted James to go. And then there was another call after that one, and that's when she decided to go as well.
Do you know what changed her mind?
No.
Okay. And at some point, did she leave?
Yeah,
Okay. And did she come back to work that day?
yeah.
All right. When she came back to work, what did she tell you?
She came over to my desk. She showed me, she said that she felt like a failure as a parent, and she showed me a photo of what Ethan had drawn at school.
Okay, that was previously admitted. Do you need to see it to describe it, or do you remember the photo?
I remember the photo.
Okay, how would you describe the writings on the worksheet?
Disturbing.
Okay, and what was your response?
I told her I thought that was scary.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I told her I thought it was scary.
Okay,
You would draw that.
and what was her response?
She agreed.
Okay. Did she talk to you at all about what the meeting was about, or what the school wanted her to do?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that that they were concerned with his drawing, that they were concerned that he may be feeling badly at school and that something could happen. She said that they were requiring him to engage in counseling and that he needed to do that quickly. That's the extent.
Did you
I'm
talk
sorry, I didn't hear your last part.
That was it. That was all.
Okay. What was her demeanor when she was talking to you about this?
My initial thought was, it seemed a little sarcastic, the way that she said that she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned.
Okay, did you have a conversation at some point about whether or not she should go and get her son from school?
I felt I would have brought him home.
Okay, wait, so
I
hold
thought-
up. Did you have a conversation about that?
Yeah.
Tell me, what did you say?
I said, it would be nice for her to take him for a day to, go see a movie or go have lunch or do something with him.
On that day?
Yes, on that day. that she should have brought him home.
And why did you say that?
I felt it was a disturbing photo, and I thought the child needed to be around the family. That's what I would have done, and I told her I thought that's what she should have done.
Okay, what was her response?
She told me that she thought she would just take him to the barn that night and, give him some work and give him a little something to do after school.
And what did you say to that?
I said, if, I think it would be good to have some time with you, just, make him feel seen.
Had you ever been told that he didn't want to go to the barn?
She had mentioned that he didn't like going, but she thought it would be good for him.
And
that day.
what did you say?
I just listened. I don't think I said much after that.
All right. At some point, what happened? What was the next thing you can remember on that day?
After that conversation, she went back to her office. I went back to work at my desk. And a little while after, I don't remember all the time, she had received a call, and I believe it was from James, that he got an alert from the school about an active shooter. And she started to panic in her office. And I think we all did during the call. And that's when she left and ran out quickly.
Okay. Did you said that at one point she told you that she and James separated, but didn't really move out. And then you said at some point they got back together. Do you know when that was?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tasha. You have to say yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know when that was, or how do you know that?
She had mentioned that they were having the issues. They decided to separate, temporarily it seemed. And then around their anniversary, she came back from a trip with him, and she said that they were going to work on it.
And when was that? When was that? In the fall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And where was the trip?
I don't know the exact location. I know it was a casino, but I don't know which one.
All right. Did she tell you whether or not they took their son along for the weekend to the casino?
No.
No, she didn't tell you, or no, they didn't take him?
No, she didn't tell me.
Okay. Do you know if they took him?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever hear Jennifer talk to you or say in passing that she was taking Ethan to the doctor,
No.
to the therapist?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about the horses needing medical treatment?
Yes.
What would she say?
There was some, I don't remember exactly what was wrong with them, but she had mentioned that there was something going on.
Did that happen once, more than once?
More than once.
Okay. One moment. Right. Nothing further.
Because somebody have a general comment.
Thank you.
Hello. I want to go back through some of your testimony and just make sure that I've understood it correctly. So if I say something wrong, can you please let me know?
Yeah.
You were the administrative assistant to Andy Smith, is that correct?
Yeah.
So you worked in the same office Jennifer Crumbly worked out of?
Yeah, the same company. Yeah.
I'm sorry, the same
company.
the same company, and your desk was nearby Miss Crumbly's office.
Yeah.
And you and Miss Crumbly, you would not say you were friends with one another, correct?
Yeah.
But you talked about little things back and forth when you would see each other.
Yeah.
Always friendly conversation.
Yeah.
And I imagine over time you talked about a number of different topics, correct?
Yeah.
So when you're talking about the topics today, being their marriage and separating and things like that, it's fair to say there were topics discussed, lots of other topics that have not been pinpointed today, correct?
Yeah.
There were discussions about camping trips the family took.
Yes.
Conversations about James's mother dying.
Yes, I do.
Conversations about meals Jennifer was cooking,
No,
conversations about food pictures that were up on Facebook.
I saw one photo.
I guess my point is there were conversations about lots of different topics. It was not like only about Jennifer's marriage did you two speak, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of Jennifer's marriage and what you were told, it's fair to say that Jennifer didn't sit down with you and give you a play-by-play on everything that was happening within her marriage, correct?
Correct.
It's more like you would catch bits of it here and there, correct?
She went into detail about certain issues.
So there's conversations you had where she went into detail, but it's also say there were other times where you would hear her on the phone with James.
Yes,
It's fair to say that other people in the office may have been talking about Jennifer and James.
no,
It's fair to say that although Jennifer did tell you things, this was not like a daily event where you sat down and discussed every intricacy of her marriage, correct?
correct.
So there was certainly a time where Jennifer and James, your understanding was that they were going to get separated or separated.
Yes,
And there was discussion about Jennifer possibly seeing somebody else at that time.
yes,
You don't know all the details about seeing someone else.
no, not all.
And the most you knew is that during work hours, Jennifer would not be at her desk, correct?
That's not all I knew, but yes, I did know that.
You testified that you would notice her light would be on as if she had been at her desk and then she would be gone from the building, is that correct?
Yes.
And that you were told by Jennifer she was running errands at some point in time?
Yes,
And specifically, you were told at some point that she had gone to Costco with another person?
yes,
And anytime that you were aware of her being gone, these times that you're talking about, those were all within the workday, is that correct?
yes,
So you testified that there was a day that Jennifer got a message from the school, is that correct?
yes.
And that message from the school was a voicemail?
I don't know.
Did you hear the message?
No,
Do you know anything about what the message said?
no,
Did Jennifer tell you the contents of the message?
no,
Did Jennifer tell you how she felt about the message?
no.
Do you know anything about the message?
I just know it came from the school.
So you don't know the contents of the message?
No,
So you would have no ability to evaluate how Jennifer was reacting in conjunction with that message, correct?
the message on the 29th?
Yes.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So when you testified that Jennifer did not seem concerned, it's fair to say you don't even know what the message on the 29th was about, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer expressed to you that a message had been left by the school?
Yes,
And it's fair to say that Jennifer had never told you that at any time before, correct?
like before that day?
Yeah.
No, that was the first message I knew about from the school, from the 29th.
Okay, so when she got the message from the 29th and mentioned it to you, that was certainly out of the ordinary, correct?
Yes,
And Jennifer telling you about it appeared she cared that she had gotten the message from the school.
I don't.
Your understanding of Ethan was that he was a quieter kid, is that correct?
Yes,
And that he had a friend who had moved away suddenly, so he was lonely.
yes,
You were aware that were you aware that he had a difficult time when his grandmother died?
no,
Were you aware of Ethan's extracurricular activities?
no,
Were you aware when Ethan was going to become a referee for the soccer team?
no,
Were you aware of summer classes that Ethan took?
no,
your knowledge, you never met Ethan in person,
No,
and so really your knowledge about Ethan is very limited from what you heard from his mother, is that correct?
Yeah.
And Ethan was not something or someone she talked about with you at the office frequently, correct?
Correct.
When you testified that Jennifer was at the barn daily, is that your perception of what she was doing, or do you have actual knowledge that she went to the barn every day?
It was almost every day that she would tell me she was going after work.
Almost every day?
Yes.
And so based on the fact that she went to the barn frequently, did you have any other awareness of what she was doing at night or on weekends, things like that?
No,
Through her Facebook page, would you see the camping trips and family trips they took?
occasionally, yes.
Okay, so you were aware that we do not dispute it, Jennifer loves horses, correct?
Yes.
And she would post pictures from the horses in the farm.
Yes.
Pictures of her family camping and on vacation.
Yes.
You testified that you saw the picture of the targets that were shot, that were posted on Facebook, correct?
Yes.
On November 30th, you testified that you spoke to Jennifer briefly when she came in, is that right?
Yes.
And that you could hear a phone call from James about a school shooter, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that the first thing on your radar about something going on at the Oxford High School?
At the school in general or with Ethan?
Either, so at the school in general?
That was the first time with the school, but I did hear the call prior when she was being called to the school.
Okay, but that was the first you were aware that there was a shooting or a larger scale incident at Oxford?
Yes.
At what point did you see the photograph of the drawing Ethan made on the map paperwork?
When did I see it first?
Yeah,
When she returned from the meeting at the school.
so that was the day before, correct?
No, I saw the photo on the 30th.
You saw the photo on the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. And when you testified that you found it to be disturbing and scary, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer also seemed concerned about that drawing on that map paperwork, correct?
Yes.
She was talking about whether or not he would stay at school or if he was coming home that day, correct?
No.
She ultimately told you that they left him at school that day. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes. She told.
Did you have conversations with Jennifer about why they left him at school?
Yeah.
Were you aware that the school told Jennifer he was of no threat to anyone?
Objection, Your Honor, that is not a fact and evidence. Anywhere.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Answer the question, overruled, go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating it?
Were you aware, did Jennifer say anything that the school told Jennifer he is not a threat to anyone?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you any concerns about Ethan staying home from school versus going because of how the Zoom school year had gone the year before?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you anything about having the option to take him from school or leave him at school?
No.
As you testified that you would have taken him home as your son, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How old are your children?
He's young.
Under 15?
Yeah.
How old?
Your Honor, I just, the way that, I don't know how this is relevant, and it's clear she's not comfortable answering these questions, given the amount of attention the case is getting, so I would just ask if we could just limit, I don't know why she needs to know the precise age of the child.
Your Honor, she was allowed to give opinions about what a mother would do on direct. I think this is a fair question, background question. I would ask the media not to put this out there. This is not.
She didn't give an opinion about what a mother would do. She gave an opinion about what she would do. So I don't know why we then have to ask her about her personal life. I don't know how the age and number and
The
gender.
relevancy as to the age of the child.
The prosecution opened the door as to her giving an opinion about a child, whether they should be taken home from school or not. She testified that as a mother, she would have taken the child home. I'm asking her as a mother, how old her child is.
You can ask her a range.
A range, okay.
Just how old
Thank
the
you.
child
Can
is.
we have an age range, please, for your son?
He's a toddler.
Okay, so not anywhere near a teenager.
No.
Not even like a middle schooler, right?
No.
And the day that you saw Jennifer, when you say you would have taken him home, you didn't say to Jennifer, you should have taken him home, correct?
No.
You didn't call the police and say, I just saw a very alarming drawing and this mother did not take her child home from school, correct?
Correct.
You didn't call the school and say, hey, I'm concerned because I just saw this drawing and mother seems to not be worried about it, correct? You, as a matter of fact, you didn't do anything after seeing that drawing with respect to the drawing, correct?
I told her I would have taken my son home.
That's all you did though.
Yes.
And now looking at the situation, you have a greater awareness based on hindsight, 20/20 vision, correct?
I'm not, I don't know.
Some of the things that you're testifying about, you would agree with me, you know more information now than you did at the time when you were having conversations with Jennifer Crumbly, correct?
About this case?
Yes.
Yes.
You had no idea school shooting was going to take place based on seeing that drawing from that math paper, correct?
Correct.
You did not voice to anyone after seeing that drawing on the math paperwork, there could be a school shooting, correct?
I think the gun was alarming. I think that if I thought about it now, I think that, correct. I don't think I would know that.
So you would agree with me that you look at things differently in hindsight. When you look back, you
Yeah,
look at
when I
things
look back,
differently, correct? When Jennifer did talk to you on the day of the school shooting, she said that the school wanted Ethan in counseling, correct?
Yes.
She did not tell you she wasn't going to get him in counseling, correct?
We can discuss it further.
She didn't say anything to indicate to you then that she wasn't going to follow the school's counseling idea, correct?
Correct.
She said to you that she felt like a failure. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we can agree that Jennifer can have a sarcastic personality at times.
Yes.
And when she said something like, I feel like such a failure, it's possible that some of that was sarcasm, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did say that night she was going to take Ethan to the barn with her, correct?
Yes.
She did say she did not want him to be alone, correct?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Did she say anything about him being alone?
No, not that day.
Did she talk to you about who he would have been with had he left school that day?
No.
As far as you knew it, Jennifer's plan after work that day was to get Ethan and take him to the barn, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer said she was doing that whether or not Ethan wanted to, correct?
Yes.
She was concerned about being with Ethan after school.
I don't know.
She was planning to be with Ethan after school. When the alert came in about the school shooting, you would agree Jennifer was panicking.
Yeah.
And you testified that she ran out of the school quickly.
Yeah.
And she appeared upset as she was running out of the building and leaving, is that correct?
Yeah.
And I imagine that everyone in your office was nervous and anxious about what was unfolding, is that correct?
Yeah.
And it was something that all of you were talking about, especially because Jennifer was running out the door and her son went to that high school, is that correct?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that after Jennifer did leave that day, you sent her a message, is that correct?
Yes.
And your message was intended to be kind
Yes.
and intended to be supportive,
Yes.
and you pretty much said something along the lines of thinking of you guys, correct?
Yes.
And also that you hope her and her family were doing all right.
Yes.
That was before you knew exactly what had unfolded, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions on behalf of James Crumbly?
None for Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor.
Any redraw?
Yes. Okay, Jennifer Crumbly told you she was having an extramarital affair, correct?
Yes.
And it was a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
And you asked her, or she told you, she saw this person during work hours in the parking lot of Costco in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Defense counsel just asked you a lot of questions about what you knew and what you didn't know, and if you would have been alarmed, if you would have called the police, if you would, what you would have done. Did you know that they bought their son a gun and gave him access to it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know, I'm not, did you know that
Hang on
the
a
gun?
second, hang on a second, let's get the objection. What was the objection?
It's an improper question, and the prosecutor repeatedly keeps asking questions that are designed to inflame the public and make everyone believe there was access to the gun that has not been testified to. It's not true. And these questions are by design to try to have these people convicted in the media. That question is improper. It's also assuming facts not in evidence, and facts that will never be in evidence.
Your Honor, and if you recall, we objected previously with another witness and you sustained the objection using almost identical language.
I've asked those questions, Your Honor.
Refrain from the asking the question relative to access. I've already sustained the objection.
Okay. Did you know that the gun in the Crumbleys' possession was identical to the drawing that their son made on the math worksheet?
No.
Did you know that the day before, Jennifer Crumbly texted her son, LOL, just you have to learn not to get caught when he was in trouble for searching ammunition?
No.
Did you know that James Crumbly, upon hearing there was a school shooting, went to the house to look for the gun?
No.
Okay. Did you know he called 911 then and said that I think my son is the school shooter?
No.
Okay. Did you know how many hours and hours that Ethan Crumbly, the shooter, spent at his house by himself?
Objection.
Say objection.
Again, question with no foundation, with absolutely no
I'm
foundation of how this
sustaining
witness would know.
the objection.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Your Honor.
asking her to speculate. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'll move on, but there was a lot of requests for her to speculate in the cross-examination. My point is, there was a lot you didn't know, correct?
Correct.
But just what you knew, not as his parent, not what he did, not any of the other things, you were alarmed and concerned when you saw that worksheet, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down. You may step down. You call your next witness.
You guys, please call Detective Edward Wagrowski.
Can you first go on?
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
None for Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor.
Any prosecutor? Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. And it'll be 1 minute, we're just taking a quick break. Yeah, I'm not taking a break.
were some of your previous assignments?
I worked dispatch, sign of corrections, road patrol.
Sir, if you could please tell us what a detective in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit does.
We examined cell phones, computers, do forensic examinations, DVR systems.
Now, in your 25 years of experience with the Sheriff's Office, have you had the opportunity to participate in any specific trainings with regards to forensic analysis of computers and cell phones?
Yes, sir, extensive.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
The main one that we attend is an international certification, IASIS, and you have to renew that every year. There's a 7-month testing process for that. Cellbrite is some of the software we use. There's training for that I've been to, a certified user for that. Axiom software.
Now, sir, I imagine that in this particular field, technology is always changing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would it be fair to say then that your training is also ongoing?
Every year, yes.
And sir, you provided us with your CV. By my count, you have 30 trainings specific to cell phone analysis. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Every time you had to actually take a test to receive a certification in the past?
Yes, sir.
In your 7 years working with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit, you had the opportunity to conduct data extraction on cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Is this something you do on a regular basis?
Almost every day.
Could you put a number on how many times you've actually done a data extraction on a cell phone?
Well over 500 times.
Tell us how the process, how that works.
So if a phone's brought in by a detective in charge of a case, they bring it in, we hook it up, there's software that we have, a device, the UFED touch was made by Cellbrite. Hook it up to that device, extracts the data off of it. Then we use software, UFED physical analyzer, usually to examine the data that was obtained from the device.
Now, this is Cellbrite, this is software, correct?
Cellbrite is a company.
It's a company, okay?
UFED physical analyzer software.
Okay. And after you review the data on the UFED physical analyzer, are you able to export it in a readable format?
Yes, sir.
Is that typically done in PDF form?
Usually, yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness?
Yes, sir.
In which courts?
6th Circuit Court, 43rd District Court in Ferndale, and 52-2.
So 6th Circuit Court, that is the entire Oakland County Circuit Court, am I right?
Yes, sir.
So is it more than one judge you can qualify as an expert?
Yes, sir.
In what field you can qualify as an expert?
Cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and call detail record mapping.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to qualify as witness as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics under MRA 703.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we have no objection. I do just want to make one thing clear. We were told that the mapping would not be testified to, and that's some of the information we didn't receive. I just want to make sure we're on track with that.
No, that's correct, Judge. We're not going to explore the call detail record mapping at this preliminary examination. He was just testifying that in his experience, he's done it.
Okay, the court will go ahead and qualify him as an expert witness.
No objection from Mr. Crumbly either, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, I would like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you working?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware of the school shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you did.
I got prepared. I was notified by our captain that there was a shooting in Oxford and everybody had to go. And I got equipment that you would need to deal with a situation like that.
What sort of equipment?
Body armor, duty rifle, stuff like that.
So this is you, a detective in computer crimes. You were still obtaining that sort of gear?
Yes, sir. Everybody has it.
Did you actually go to the high school?
At first, I went to the minors, and then I went to the high school.
And there's a minor adjacent to the high school, all right?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you go to the minor?
There's a lot of radio traffic. I hear staging area and garden center for the mire and stuff like that. So when I got up there, I wasn't entirely familiar with the area. I'm not from that area. So I saw the mire and that's where I went first.
Okay. At some point while you were on scene at the minor, were you requested to report to the Oxford High School office?
Yes, sir.
Did you do so?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose for you being cast there?
To help get the DVR, the video footage of the school.
Did somebody from the school assist you with that?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Jim Moore.
Okay. And what is his role there, if you know?
He's part of their security, private security.
So in your role as a detective with the computer crimes unit, you were asked to obtain and review the footage, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually review the footage of the shooting from November the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Were you also requested to review footage from other parts that day?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you eventually obtain the entire server from the school?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a member of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit, Do you work hand in hand with other detectives from the unit?
All the time,
Okay. So this is probably especially true in a case such as this.
absolutely.
Now, in this case, were cell phone seized from James, Jennifer, and Ethan Crumbley.
Yes, sir.
And those were seized pursuant to search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to the Oxford High School surveillance system, did you also obtain surveillance footage from accurate fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with that?
Because the way the video system is, it's broken up into 16 different cameras. So I was able to take clips of the day that were of interest and string them all together.
Okay. Now, during the course of this investigation, did you become aware that James Crumbly was employed as a DoorDash driver?
Yes, sir.
And was a search warrant executed on the company DoorDash to obtain records from that company?
Yes, sir.
Did you review those as well?
Yes, sir.
Was information obtained from social media outlets through search warrant as well?
Yes, sir.
Does that include Instagram and Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, is it true that even if another detective actually authored the search warrant, when the information is received, it's a detective like yourself from computer crimes that actually goes through that information?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you have the opportunity to review the data extractions from James Crumbly's cell phone, Jennifer Crumbly's cell phone, and Ethan Crumbly's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you use the Cellbrite program that we talked about?
You guys want to analyze this?
Now, is it fair to say that your average cell phone nowadays has quite a bit of data on it?
Yes, sir.
So it takes some time to review that data and export it?
Absolutely.
Now, tell us, detective, if someone were to actually deactivate their social media accounts, would you as an investigator still hope to obtain that information from the device itself?
Yes, sir.
Tell me why.
You would, it would still be on the device, even though they deactivated the account, there's databases that the information stored in that we're able to look at those and then see the text or the conversation that's going back and forth in those databases.
Okay, now what if someone were to delete their account?
That's different, because then you're telling the phone that it's not of interest to you anymore, and the phone, depending on the operating system, will just say to save room or to make room, we're gonna get rid of it.
Now, could you, as an investigator in this field, still hope to obtain that data somehow?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
Tell me how.
But the devices or the software you use actually does what's called carving for data, and it looks deeper into the information that was obtained and try to extract those databases, even though they're broken up, we can sometimes put that together.
Okay. Now, if you were concerned that someone were going to delete their actual, let's say, Facebook or Instagram account, how would you, as an investigator, try to prevent all that data from being purged?
You would serve a preservation letter.
What's that mean?
It gives an investigator 90 days to get a search warrant, and it's served on the company, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, whatever. And it just tells them this account, don't do anything with it, even if the user says, I don't want it anymore, just save it as it is right now.
And were preservation letters sent in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to the data extractions and the cell phones themselves, did you have the opportunity to review search warrant returns from Ethan Crumbly's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
About Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
James Crumbly's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Jennifer Crumbly's Facebook account?
Yes, sir.
And James Crumbly's DoorDash account?
Yes, sir.
And also James Crumbly's Facebook account?
Yes, sir.
When the Crumbleys were interviewed, they give the police their phone numbers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then did the police also become known with Ethan Crumbly's phone?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm asking you is, when you have a cell phone, it's given to you, you don't know whose it is right away, am I correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, is there a way for you, when you review the data extraction, to tie in the cell phone device to the owner of the cell phone device?
Yes, sir.
And how is that?
But usually the evidence bag that it comes in is marked as whoever phone it was. But it's also verified by when we extract the data from the phone number is saved in the phone, usually on the SIM card, and it's just able to read the phone number. So when we have someone's phone number, they tell us what it is, we compare it to the phone number that was obtained from the device, so we can put the two together.
Okay. So is this called user accounts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this information available on the data extractions of Ethan Crumbly's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And also the defendants, James and Jennifer Crumbly's cell phone?
Correct.
Okay. Also, how many devices were recovered from Jennifer Crumbly?
Jennifer Crumbly, there were 4 total cell phones that were recovered.
Tell me how that happened.
The first one, there was search warrant served on their house, shortly after the shooting. and their phones were seized then. Then we discovered that through the investigation that they went and purchased the exact same cell phones, and then also, two track phones.
Okay, what's a track phone?
We refer to it as a burner phone, like it's a prepaid phone that you can get from Walmart or Fire.
Okay, and how many phones were seized from James Trump?
3.
When we say 3, we're talking about the original, the same phone that you just referred to, and then the track phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about Ethan Crumbley?
Just 1.
Now, throughout the course of this direct examination, I am going to be referring only to the original cell phones, the phone that was seized in the date of the search warrant, unless I specifically say otherwise. So we're clear.
Okay, yes, sir.
Now, as part of your data extraction from Jennifer Crumbly's cell phone, did you review audio recordings?
Yes, sir.
You have occasion to identify an audio recording that was saved as a voicemail on November 29, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Judge, this is People's Proposed Exhibit 9. I believe we have a stipulation tonight, so the voicemail on November 29.
Your Honor, we just would ask that the entire voicemail be played.
Certainly.
Okay, there's a stipulation as to both attorneys.
Correct, Your Honor.
And this is not.
Based upon the stipulation, the court will go ahead and admit the reporting into evidence.
My name is Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of his teachers had sent an email to the office just that she was concerned because Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted us to have a conversation. We did. He said he had sent to the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep, guns are a hobby for a lot of people and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home. Like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of like if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had that conversation. He was great. He was like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and I don't know, about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call at 248-572-9565. 248-572-9565. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Detective, that was a 1 minute and 25-second audio recording. That was the complete recording from the phone, all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you reviewed the data extractions on both Ethan and Jennifer Crumbly.
Yes, sir.
You were able to review a text message thread between Ethan Crumbly and Jennifer Crumbly found in Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you export that to a PDF?
Yes, sir.
When you review a data extraction on Cellbrite, you were able to put it in searchable format?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how that works.
There's within different tabs, either whether it's a text message or call log or whatever, there's a search field and you just type in whether it's a phone number, a name, keyword or whatever, put it in there and it just narrows down the search of the information of what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, this entire text thread is 293 pages with about 1,150 messages. Is that right?
Sounds all right, sir.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can the prosecutor repeat that and slow down? I can't hear him.
Yeah, if you could, I'm
Sorry,
saying
which judge?
just slow down a little bit,
Sure.
and then we can hear the full question.
Thanks, Judge.
Absolutely. The actual printout of the text thread between Ethan and Jennifer Crumbly is 293 pages in total. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, judges, this is proposed exhibit 10. I do not believe we have an objection. This is pages 286 to 291. For the record, we do have a thumb drive for the court as well as defense counsel with the entire exported text thread. But this exhibit is page 286 to 291.
So the exhibit itself is a portion of the
Correct.
thumb drive? Okay, any objections to the admissibility of exhibit 10?
Actually, yes, the exhibit that was given to me actually goes through page 293,
Right.
but you said
293, that's right.
Okay,
Two eighty-six through 293 is what I have.
okay, no.
Oh,
objection
you're
to
right, I
that.
said 291, I'm sorry, it should be 293.
He said it 2 pages shorter, so I just want to make sure we go all the way through 293.
We're correct, we're right.
All right, so for purposes of admissibility for those documents, any objections, that being pages 286 through 293 of the text messages.
No, Your Honor.
None for Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor.
All right, those will be admitted.
May I approach that?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you these pages that I just referred to as people supposed to send, admitted 10 now. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's an export in a PDF format from a text thread.
Was it published on the screen? Now, at the top, the top right is a green text bubble, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is on page 286 that I've identified. And what does it say at the top there?
The sentence,
Well, first of all, does it identify owner?
it doesn't identify the owner, it says who it's to.
Okay, but this was taken off of Jennifer Crumbly's phone, is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, and who does it say it's to?
Ethan.
Okay, is that the phone number provided for Ethan Crumbly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this message was sent to Ethan Crumbly from Jennifer Crumbly, according to your analysis.
Correct.
All right, and what's the first message?
Seriously, question mark, looking up bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And what time and date was that sent?
That's on the 29th of November, 2021 at 11:53 a.m.
What was the response?
He responded almost immediately after by saying, what?
Okay, was there a second and third response?
Yep, he responded saying, oh yeah, I already went to the office for that.
And then this is page 287, the top, this is the blue text bubble, what does it say?
It was in first hour, all I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious.
And what time is that sent?
That's at 11:54.
Next text, please.
He's saying it was on my phone. Completely harmless, teachers just had no privacy.
And the first text from Ethan Crumbly to Jennifer Crumbly on the following page.
They said I'm all good. I understand why they talked to me, and they said that I'm good.
Okay, and you're reading this exactly how it's
Exactly.
on the page, okay.
Yes, sir.
In the follow-up text?
This is nothing I should get in trouble about.
Okay, what time was that sent?
That was at 11:55.
Also on November the 29th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was there a response there from Jennifer Crumbly?
Yes.
What was that?
She responded with, you're not, they left me a voicemail. And then there's emojis after it with hand over face.
Okay.
Emoji.
And what time and date was that?
At 12:13, and 11:29.
Sir, what does this text here, the green bubble sent from Jennifer Crumbly to Ethan Crumbly say?
On the next page,
Yes, sir.
it says, did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
And what time did she write that?
At 12:14.
On November 29th as well?
Yes, sir.
What was his response?
No, I didn't show them the pic, my God.
And the next?
I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday. It was a harmless act.
Okay. Now we're on page 290, the first text from Ethan Crumbly to Jennifer Crumbly.
I had this bullet cartridge in my room that I didn't, what kind of bullet it was. And it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
What does SMH mean?
Generally means shake my head.
And what was Jennifer Crumbly's response to that?
LOL, I'm not mad. You have to learn not to get caught.
Are there periods in between some of these words?
Yes, in between, I'm not in the beginning of the sentence, and then in between the 3 words of not get caught.
What time did she write, you have to learn not to get caught?
That was at 12:31.
On November the 29th?
Yes, sir.
And his response to that?
IKLOL.
Was there a follow-up response?
He had, appears to be laughing emojis.
And on page 291.
I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
And did he have another text on that?
He stated, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home though.
And the next,
Also, I never tried to hide. We looked up to pull it. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
did she respond to that?
She did. Jennifer responded, okay, I saved it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the text messages from November the 29th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, we'll come back to this exhibit in a little bit. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Detective, you told us that you've had the opportunity to review data received from Instagram, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that include Ethan, Jennifer, and James' accounts?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know what Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram username?
It was identified as Gen C 78, JEHN C 78.
Okay. And were you able to find that on the device as well?
Yes, sir.
When you're able to locate that information on the device, are you able to export that to a PDF?
Yes, sir.
May I approach? This is People's Proposal 11. So what is it that I just handed you?
It's a PDF report from Physical Analyzer software.
And what does it say there?
It is user accounts is the report itself, and it's the username of Gen C JEHN C 78
Okay.
for Instagram.
And so that's how you're able to verify what Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram username is.
Yes, sir.
If people move to minute number 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
None from Mr. Crumbly.
Be admitted.
I'm just going to publish this, Judge, for the court. So this is the page that I handed you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So under user account, we talked about user accounts earlier. So under user accounts here, we have a username,
Yes, sir.
and this is where we have JHNC78. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you able to determine if James Crumbly had an Instagram account as well?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what his username was?
His name, James Crumbly 54321.
And did you do the same process with the user accounts on James Crumbly's actual device to verify that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach that?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 12. Sir, what am I handing you?
That's a PDF report from Physical Analyzer software.
Did you obtain that in the same method? Did you obtain information for Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to minute number 12.
Any
No
objection?
objection. None from Mr. Crumbly.
Publish this.
Any objection from Jennifer Crumbly?
No objection, thank you.
Will be admitted.
And sir, on the screen here, this appears to be the same type of PDF, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but this is from James Crumbly, and we know that from the user account information,
Yes, sir.
and it has a username of James Crumbly 54321, which you've identified earlier.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, referring first to the Instagram returns for Ethan Crumbly, how many known Instagram accounts did Ethan Crumbly have?
I'm sorry, for Ethan.
Ethan Crumbly, yes.
3.
Okay, do you recall the names of them?
One was Danny Vader. The other one was Ethan.Crumbly, period. And then Ethan_Crumbly.
I want to talk to you just right now about the Ethan.Crumbly accounts. For pictures, and first of all, did you receive information from Instagram on that account?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were pictures and posts made on that account?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you, this is People's Proposed 13. May I approach that?
Yes.
This is 13, Council. Sir, what have I just handed you?
Search warrant return from Instagram.
Okay, and for the Ethan.Crumbly account,
Yes, sir.
and that exhibit, proposed exhibit has a number of pages, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the information that you actually received and reviewed from the Ethan.Crumbly account?
Correct, yes, sir.
People move to a minute.
Any objection on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly?
Your Honor, There's no objection to the photo part of it being admitted, but there's some text afterwards that I don't feel is, I don't believe is relevant. I suppose I can ask the witness about it on cross-examination. It's not,
I could just.
Just for clarification and for reference, according to my documents, exhibit 13 is several pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many pages do you know?
17.
16, 17? 17 pages. Do you have all 17 pages?
17 pages.
It is 17 total, well, the last page is blank.
I do have 17 pages. If I could just ask the prosecutor very quickly. Okay, I have no objection, thank you.
Okay, any objection on behalf of James Crumbly?
None for Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor.
Okay, exhibit 13 will be admitted.
When we publish.
And then just for clarification, this is for just the Ethan Crumbly account?
Ethan.Crumbly, yes, Judge, that's it. Now, are you able to tell when you look at the Instagram return what time something is posted, date and time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this first, on page 1 here, we have an image, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This image appears to be a target with holes in it.
Correct.
All right, I want to make sure I look at the same one. We have a taken date and time. Do you see
Correct.
that as well?
Yes, sir.
What is the taken date and time?
Taken date and time is 11/27/2021 at 19:02 UTC.
Now, when you see UTC without a minus next to it, what does that mean?
It's just, that's the time at Greenwich Mean Time where all time starts, and depending on how far you are away from Greenwich Mean Time, you lose an hour or gain an hour, and currently we're at -5
Okay, so was this picture actually posted at 1900 hours or a different time?
at a different time,
And what time is that?
1400, 1402.
Okay. So it's 2 o'clock.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said it was posted at 14:02,
Yes, ma'am.
taken at 19:02.
No, ma'am, no, it's taken, it was actually taken with the not the software. Instagram logs all their stuff at UTC time, so UTC was not, it's 7:02 or 19:02. But since we're at -5 right now, it's 14:02, actually when it was taken and posted.
Thank you.
Detective, was there text associated with this photograph as well?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you about the other comments that have been posted after November the 27th, just the comments posted by the user of the account. So page 2, at the top, we have a text area.
Yes, sir.
What does that say?
It's, took my new SIG out to the range today, definitely need to get used to the new sites, LOL.
Okay, now that was posted by the user, and we've identified that as Ethan Crumbly, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to scroll through to the next photograph. This is on the 3rd page of what I've handed you. Is there this photograph of a firearm? We're looking at the same page?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does it have a date and time taken?
Yes, sir.
And what date is that?
Taken 11/26/2021 at 18:06 UTC or 3:06.
Okay, so the target was taken November 27th, but the picture of this firearm was taken November the 26th.
Correct.
And do we have a text associated with the user of this account?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Just got my new beauty today with heart eyes emoji. 6-hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
Now to the following page, we have another photograph. This is also a firearm.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is the date and time on this?
Date and time 11/26/2021 at 18:06 UTC or 3:06
Okay,
in Michigan.
and that was about the same time the other photograph was posted as well, right?
Correct.
And we have a text box for the user, and it's the same text, just got my new beauty today with the heart eyes emoji.
Correct.
The following page, page 5 here, what are we looking at?
Picture of someone holding a handgun, 20 towards the floor.
And this was a, we have a date and time when this was taken and posted?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
11/26/2021 at 18:06 UTC or 3:06 in Michigan.
Okay, and again, the same text, just got my new beauty today with heart eyes emoji?
Correct.
Okay, so when we have the same date and time with multiple photographs that we have here, it's fair to assume that it's a one Instagram post with multiple photographs?
Yes, sir.
You have a chance to review some of the other photographs found in this account.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to scroll briefly through these. This is page 6. Page 7. You found that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. I'm sorry, Mark, can you hold on 1 second, please?
Correct.
So these are not the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Now, detective, we know for sure that the firearms are posted by the user, Ethan Crumbly. What about these other photographs? Were they posted by Ethan Crumbly, or were they just shared on his account?
Okay, first of all, let's identify what photographs you're talking about.
Thank you, Judge, I appreciate that. We're starting with what's on page 6 with the photograph that's being published right now.
The question is whether it's shared versus posted by Ethan.
Correct.
Crumbly.
It would be, looking at this, looks like they were posted by.
All right, I'm gonna move back down to, we have page 7, I think we've already viewed this one. Page 8 is where we stopped. Page 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. And the last one is all black.
Your Honor, at this point, I stipulate to pages 1 through 5 coming in as Ethan's account, but it's very clear that 6 through 17 are other usernames throughout the pictures.
We can have the detective verify, Judge.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you don't mind,
Clarify.
as far as further response, Judge, our next exhibit is a contact page of both James and Jennifer's devices that show they follow the Ethan Crumbly account.
Your Honor.
Okay, but as it relates to the pages of photographs, that's being pages 6 through 16. Please clarify with the witness who actually posted those photographs.
Again, Judge, I don't mind clarifying with the detective, however, our position is that, as we'll show.
He had them on his Instagram.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and see if you can clarify, just by virtue of the information that's provided on the exhibit. Okay. If you can, you can. If you can, you can. I do have one question. Detective, if you look at page 6, that photograph,
Yes, ma'am.
and if you look at the text underneath the photograph, it has 2 usernames there.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the court what the significance is of those usernames on that particular page?
Those appear to be state commented on the picture. One says, the text says TF, the other one text says, so true.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to tell, based upon this exhibit, detective?
Based on this, I'm looking at the upload IDs. 1 second. So the IP address that was used to upload the photos of the firearm that had text that we know Ethan made is different, but yet a little similar. Without double checking, being able to check the IP addresses of all the uploads, I couldn't tell you right now for certain.
Okay.
But the fact that the one has comments after it would lead me to believe that that was posted by Ethan.
Okay. And let me
That's in page 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we can explore this more on cross-examination, but these are very different circumstances. This has usernames listed that are not Ethan Crumbleys. So we object again to pages 6 through 17 coming in.
Do you want to go on your own?
I will adjourn.
Go ahead and I'll let you go.
Okay, detective, on pages 1 through 5, where photos are, we're talking about the picture of the target, and then there's a picture of a gun in a case, and a picture of Ethan holding a gun presumably, and then a picture of Ethan pointing the gun down. Those 5 pages, after each of those pictures, you can see that it says comments user Ethan.Crumbly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on page 6, there's a different photograph of like this ghost face. And in the same spot where it says Ethan.Crumbly, it says user Augusto Ferrari 0227.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Augusto Ferrari is, and there is nothing on here showing Ethan.Crumbly's name, correct?
On page 6, ma'am?
Yes.
Correct.
But on pages 1 through 5, Ethan.Crumbly is on all of those photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the photograph with the white face, the second page that looks like it's kind of that same white face, page 7 of 17, again, nowhere on there does that say Ethan.Crumbly.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And the following page, where 8 of 17, again, it does not say Ethan.Crumbly anywhere.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Same thing on page 9 out of 17.
Just if I may, this might help shorten this a little bit. I'm not offering those photographs to show that Ethan Crumbly took the photograph. They're offered because they're on his Instagram account.
Okay, and that's what he needs to clarify.
We,
So as it relates to those photographs where Ethan Crumbly is not listed, how can you identify whether or not it was on Ethan Crumbly's account?
Because the search, that was the information that was given to us by Instagram from the search warrant that was still served on them. That this was, that these were the photos and texts that were associated to his Ethan.Crumbly Instagram account.
Okay, when you look at the photographs and you look at the documents, is there anything, any reference to his actual account, and if so, where is that?
To the ones starting on page 6, ma'am,
Yes.
there is not, starting on page 15, it does again appear his name, Ethan.Crumbly, it was the finger, the circle finger like that. And then also for the very last one on page 16, his name is also associated with that as well.
Your Honor, on the page 15 and 16 that the detective just pointed out, those are like the first couple of pictures. We have no objection to
I
those.
understand, I can see the difference between, so the question is for pages 6 through 14, other than what Instagram told you, how do you know that that's his account?
Based on these documents, there's no way to know unless we were, we'd probably have to do a couple more search warrants on an IP address or something to see where it came from. But that's usually Instagram, when we ask for a specific account, they give us everything associated with that account that we serve the preservation letter on also.
So, Your Honor, we would object to part 7, pages 7 through 14 being admitted. We have no objection, I'm sorry, page 5. 6
Page 6.
through 17, and actually not that. 6 through 14, there's no basis for. Page 15 is fine, page 16 is fine, and pages 1 through 5 are fine.
So you can give it whatever way. I've already made my position.
You certainly will have the opportunity to cross-examine him on that, and counsel's correct, I will consider the weight of that evidence as it relates to those pages and the information that we just gleaned from the detective, whether or not we can actually attribute this to his account.
Thank you, Judge. Now, detective, if somebody has, just a general course, if you have an Instagram account and you post and share photographs, people who follow you can view those, am I right?
Correct, yes, okay.
Now, looking on the devices of both James and Jennifer Crumbly, were you able to determine if they followed the Ethan.Crumbly?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the Judge?
Yes.
Did you those 14 Starting with 14. Sir, what have I just handed you?
PDF export from pistol analyzer software.
Okay, so we're looking at an export from Jennifer Crumbly's contacts regarding Instagram, is that right?
Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you obtained that from the device itself, from Jennifer Crumbly's device itself.
Yes, sir.
People move to bit 14.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't see at all where it says it's from Jennifer's device.
Man,
Detective, can you identify how you are able to determine that this is from Jennifer Crumbly's device?
When I was examining the device, I went to the contacts within what I knew to be her phone, which was compared with her phone number, and I exported it from her contacts.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Judge?
Go ahead.
Sir, every time you actually hit export and create a PDF, it doesn't actually list the phone's name, user account, phone number, am I right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so this is based upon your actual knowledge, your personal knowledge of the phone data extraction.
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object. I can't see that from this portion of the exhibit that they've tendered,
But
and
you have his testimony, so you can certainly cross-examine him. He's indicated that he was the one that extracted it, and he is verifying based upon what he did, that this is in fact the documentation from that extraction. You will have the opportunity to cross-examine him on that, but for purposes of admissibility, I'm going to allow it.
Your Honor, I would, just for the record, joining the objection. And I don't know if we addressed that before, but Mr. Crumbly will be joining any of the objections we've raised for Mrs. Crumbly.
Published 14, which is in your hand right now. And this is what the PDF looks like when you export that information, am I right?
Correct, sir.
Now, you have 15 in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Let's also 15 is.
15 is an export from James Crumbly's cell phone for those contacts.
Okay. And then it is James Crumbly's Instagram contacts as well?
Correct.
Okay, what does that tell you?
It says, has a contact of Ethan Crumbly on Instagram, he's following.
Okay. We're following Ethan.com there. That is 15. People move to him at 15.
Same objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same objection for Jennifer Crumbly?
it's the same objection, but Your Honor, it's the same objection.
Corporal admitted over objection for the reasons previously stated on the record.
Thank you. I'm going to be published just for the detective to verify that what I published is what's in it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Sir, did you have the opportunity to review Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram returns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were there pictures and posts that you were able to obtain from that Instagram return?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to approach with people 16. They approach us. People approach 16. It's 4 pages here. Sir, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
It's a search warrant return, a printout of a search warrant return from Instagram.
Okay, and that's on the Jennifer Crumbly's identified Instagram account?
Correct.
People move to him at 16.
Any objection on behalf of James Crumbly to 16?
No objection to 16 for Jennifer.
No objection, Your Honor.
That will be admitted.
Thank you. Publish this for you, sir. Okay, again, we have, so the way the Ethan.Crumbly account looks, this account also has posts and text, am I right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have the first page here, we have a photograph,
Correct.
and I want to make sure we're looking at the same photograph. What are you seeing, sir?
I'm seeing a target got up here, 4 bullet holes in it.
Okay. Now, do we have a date and time of the photograph taken?
Taken 11/27/2021 at 1903 UTC or 203 in Michigan.
203, okay, thank you. And we have a text associated with that photograph.
Yes, sir.
And what's the text?
It says, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye.
The second page, do we have another photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what do we see here?
It's a full back picture of appears to be the same target.
And the target doesn't have a name at the top.
Accurate firearms.
Do we have a date and time taken?
Taken 11/27/2021 at 1903 UTC or 203 in Michigan.
So we see a text, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit bullseye. I hit the bullseye. Is that the same text as the first one?
Correct, sir.
All right, thank you. Now we have another picture here. What do we see here?
That one is appears to be a 6-hour handgun, gun case with 2 magazines.
What's underneath the 6-hour handgun?
Looks like a pamphlet, says ATF, Youth Handgun Act Notice.
And what time was this taken?
This was taken at 11/27/2021 at 1903 UTC or 203 in Michigan.
And what's the text posted by the user on this account?
Same as the last one, Mom and Sunday, testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting 9mm, I hit the bullseye.
Now, sir, when you as an investigator obtain data from social media returns like Instagram or Facebook, do you then go to the devices themselves to correlate what other activities happening at the same date and time?
Usually, yes, sir. Not extensively. You don't want to go through the whole phone and change things or possibly delete things or move things around. But I just look for small key things that I'm going to see when I start examining the phone from the data that was pulled from it.
Okay. So we've already identified the post on the Ethan.Crumbly account of the handgun and the text message associated with the post about my new beauty. That was taken on November the 26th, am I right?
Right.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the videos on Ethan Crumbly's cell phone data extraction?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, November the 26th, 2021, 6:39 p.m., a video posted that date and time. Did you review that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've already had the chance before today to view that video, all right?
Correct.
People move to admit this is 17.
Any objection from James Crumbly,
None, Your Honor.
from Jennifer Crumbly?
No, Your Honor, as long as we're going to watch the video and I can make sure it's what.
Absolutely.
He admitted that's exhibit 17.
I'm going to play it on the screen here. And sir, if you could confirm that this is what you actually found off the phone. Sir, was that what you found off the Ethan Crumbly's phone on November the 26th, 6:39 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, does this firearm appear to be consistent with the firearm posted on the Ethan.Crumbly account?
Yes, sir.
Does it also appear to be consistent with the firearm posted on Jennifer Crumbly's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is a 13-second clip. I'm going to back it up just a little bit at really at the very end, the 13th second here. What is this right here that we're looking at? This black rope object.
That would be a gun lock.
Okay. And is a gun lock provided to the purchaser of a handgun typically?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we already talked about that ATF notice. I'm going to back this video up a little bit more. Okay, sir, do we see that pamphlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that the same, appear to be the same ATF Youth Handgun Act notice?
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, that was 17. Sir, now I want to move on to Facebook returns. We will determine the username of Jennifer Crumbly's Facebook profile.
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
JC Rumbley.
Okay. We will determine the username of James Crumbly's Facebook profile.
Yes, sir.
Did you recall that?
James R. Crumbley.
Were you able to extract a Facebook Messenger thread between the defendants, between James and Jennifer?
Yes, sir.
And it printed out how many pages was it?
Oh, thousands, I believe.
I want to talk specifically about the pages that the text that begin on 2042 through 2046 of that messenger thread. And just for the record, we tendered the entire messenger thread over to the defense, and the court has a copy as well.
That's marked as exhibit 18.
18, yes, Jeff, thank you.
Are you moving for admissibility right now?
I am, as soon as this is technical, I'll send it to you, Jeff. May I approach the-
There's no stipulation on that, correct?
Counsel, I don't recall if we. Counsel, we made a stipulation on exhibit 18.
I apologize, yes, I'm exhibit 18 we do.
Thank you.
Okay, so stipulation is to both defendants as to the admissibility of 18.
Correct, Your Honor.
You admitted?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is exhibit 18. The record, 5 pages there. Been published on the screen. Okay, I want to start with November the 30th. Okay, can you see the screen? All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
So we have blue bubble on the left-hand side. The first text or Facebook messenger on on November the 30th is from who?
From J.C. Crumbly.
Okay, and that's identified obviously as defendant Jennifer Crumbly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date and time was this?
That was at 11/30/2021 at 9:33 a.m.
If you could read that post, please.
Call now, emergency, now's in all caps.
Now the second message she sent. The first message was follow up, right?
Sent after that was just the word emergency,
And what time was that sent?
9:35 a.m.
33 or 9:35?
35 a.m.
And what was the next message on that thread?
Jennifer sent 2 photos.
Okay, and were you able to tell in your data extraction and your review what these photographs were that she sent?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs?
It's the drawing, the math test that Ethan had, that he had drawn on.
And sir, the top, one has already been admitted as the evidence, and then is exhibit 7. The other one is going to be exhibit 78. This is the author.
What number is that?
This is 78.
I'm sorry, you said you exhibit 7, what's the other one?
7 and 78. Judge.
78.
We don't have seven.
This is a new edition, Judge.
I have through 77.
May I approach when it's all published to the court? This has been already admitted as 7. And what am I handing you right now?
It's a screenshot that is within the text message.
Okay, is that the first screenshot or the second screenshot? Can you tell?
Here's to be the first.
Okay. Now this is people's proposed 78. Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's the same, it's a math test, a copy of a math test with certain parts of the scribbled out.
Okay. And that would be the second attachment sent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to omit 78. I'll publish the report.
No objection.
I will.
Yeah, we gotta have it right. Any objection by James Crumbly?
No objection, Your Honor.
Any objection by Jennifer Crumbly?
No, Judge.
Okay, so 78 will be admitted. That is a separate photograph that's gonna be marked right now.
Any first matter?
Yes. And that matches, I'm sorry, the first or the second photograph on Facebook posting.
Second.
Yeah.
Second? Do I see it again?
Yeah, no, it's the second, yes, no, I just want to make sure.
I'm going to put 78 on the screen to make sure that we are all talking about the same exhibit. Sir, is what I'm showing you on the screen right now, is this what we have identified as exhibit 78?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this was the second screenshot sent by Jennifer Crumbly,
Correct.
and that was on a text thread between Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly, correct?
The Facebook message, yes, sir.
Facebook, message, thank you. And that means it was sent by Jennifer to James?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put up exhibit 7 right now. And sir, this is what we identified as the first screenshot sent, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back now to 18, which is the text, the Facebook message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbly. What time were these screenshots sent?
They were sent on 11/30/2021 at 9:38 a.m.
And I scroll down and I see a duplicate message. Can you tell what happened there?
It's just where the software, it searches multiple areas and the device stores in different places. So whether it's found in a file system extraction or what's called a logical extraction, it's just letting you know that it found in multiple places.
Thank you. We have identical thing happening next. Okay, what was the response from James Crumbly to Jennifer Crumbly?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What's WTF mean?
Excuse me, what the fuck?
That was set November 30th, 2021, 9:44 a.m. from James to Jennifer Crumbly.
Yes, sir.
What's his next post? The next message, rather?
That not here yet. It's Muckle Murray and Kiera's Ford still waiting on that.
What time was that sent?
That was at 9:45 a.m.
And what was Jennifer Crumbly's response?
Her response, he said he was distraught about last night.
So Kiera, he said he was distraught about last night on November 30, 2021 at 9:50 a.m.
Correct.
What was James Crumbly's response? Go ahead, continue.
James then said, you talked to him?
And then her response?
She responded with, can you call? Question mark, heading to a school.
Okay. And then what is this last post here? The first post on page 2046.
Jennifer saying, I'm very concerned.
Okay, and she wrote that November 30th, 2021 at 10:04 a.m.
Correct.
And then, what's the next one?
At 10:12, she said headed to a school.
Now, these Facebook messages here that we refer to occurred, I think 9:33 a.m. was the first one, and then 10:12:58 was the last one. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, now through the data extractions, are you able to tell that they're communicating other than just Facebook messages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the call logs?
Yes, sir.
And are call logs part of your standard data extraction information that you receive?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you for people's proposed 19. Approach that. So that is a PDF export from a call log data extraction from James Crumbly phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, that's obviously not every phone call for the history of the device, but that's specific to that date that's been exported. Am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. There's one highlighted portion on there, and what's the date and time from that?
The date time is 11/30/2021 at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. Does that have a phone number? Who he called?
It's to, the contact is labeled Jen, 248-760-7502.
And that's the phone number you later learned to be Jennifer Crumbly's?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the export that you received from James Crumbly's phone?
Yes, sir.
People moved him at 19.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection here.
You admitted?
But, excuse me, detective on the screen here, we're looking at the same exhibit, this is exhibit 19?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay, and let's scroll down the highlighted portion. This is 2, and then the phone number you identified as Jennifer Crumbly with the date November 30, 2021, in the time of 10:29 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And does it have a length in the phone conversation?
The length is 7 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay, so we can tell they had a phone conversation at 10:23 a.m. for 7 minutes, is that right?
10:29.
10:20, thank you.
Robert,
The
what
date
was-
was 11:30, the time was 10:29, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
And it
ma'am.
was a 7-minute call.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the admission of this, but the highlighting the prosecutor has added to it makes it look like they only had one 7-minute call when there's multiple calls between Jen and James, like preceding the highlighted call.
I can see that. I mean, that's clearly visible that there's more than one call. He's just asking him about the one highlighted. So if you want to ask him about the others, you certainly will have that opportunity.
No problem. Acknowledging that.
Well,
All right. Now, were you able to tell if anyone from the Oxford High School contacted Jennifer Crumbly in the morning of November the 3rd?
And
Yes, sir.
looking at this exhibit, number 19,
No, I'm sorry, we're moving on now. You already had a chance to look at Jennifer Crumbly's call records as well, all right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you were able to tell that she received a phone call from the school on November
Correct, yes, sir.
3rd. Now, in addition to the data extraction that you performed on these devices, you had testified earlier that you went to Oxford High School and you actually reviewed the footage in November 3rd.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you requested to review footage from a meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbly with members of the Oxford High School on November 3rd?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've come to learn that Oxford High School has both internal and external surveillance cameras, all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you able to determine what time these defendants arrived at the Oxford High School on November the 30th of 2021?
I believe it was about 10:37.
Okay. Now, sir, when you went through this, did you make any notes about it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You say, I believe. If you're not sure, let me know, and let me know if reviewing those notes and refresh your recollection.
Reviewing those would refresh my recollection.
Okay. May I approach the witness? I'm handing you a printout. And I have no problem with defense sees it as well when he's done reviewing it. What, just tell me what I've handed you here.
It's the notes I took of, when certain events happened, what cameras they came into, what they were doing as they approached the school and came into the school and left the school.
Okay, so these are notes you took to keep the time straight, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm referring specifically to November the 30th, 2021, the time that James and Jennifer Crumbly arrived at the Oxford High School. Do you know what time that?
It was at 10:37.
And then, do you have recollection of when James and Jennifer Crumbly were actually seen into the office of Oxford?
For my notes just real quick. They entered the office at 10:39.
Okay.
25 seconds.
And do you know what time they were greeted by a school employee?
At 10:40.
And what time were they escorted somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And what time were they seen next on the cameras leaving that meeting?
They were seen leaving counseling at 10:53.
So this meeting lasted, according to your camera review, approximately 13 minutes?
Yes, sir.
So what time did they leave the school?
They left the school at 10:54.
Did they arrive at the school in one car or two cars?
One car.
Did they leave in one car or two cars?
One car.
What time did they actually leave the actual school grounds?
We're leaving the parking lot at 10:56.
10:56. So I'm going to show you on the screen here, what's already been admitted is people sits. So this is a series of screenshots of messages between Kiera Pennock, excuse me, and Jennifer Crumbly.
I'm sorry, what exhibit are you looking at?
6.
6?
Now, sir, you told us that they left the parking lot, James and Jennifer Crumbly left the parking lot together on November the 30th, 2021 at 10:56 a.m. Correct. I'm looking for the first message after 10:56 a.m. And what do we see here?
It's a message at 10:58 a.m.
Okay, and we already identified this as Jennifer Crumbly to Kiera Pennock. Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shift it. Now, you've told us that you've had the opportunity to review messages on Jennifer Crumbly's phone, all right?
Correct.
Okay, did you see this particular message on Jennifer Crumbly's phone?
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay, and if it wasn't on Jennifer Crumbly's device, what did that tell you in the message?
That it was deleted.
Well, sir, you've had the chance to look at, you told us about DoorDash search warrant records, all right?
Yes, sir.
And you did so because you came to learn that James Crumbly was employed by DoorDash.
Right.
And first one,
Yes.
this is People's 20. Sir, what am I handing you right now?
This is a map I made for the DoorDash search warrant return.
Okay, and what did you do with the information and how did you create that?
I just put some marks on there for when the first DoorDash pickup was and what time it was, the location on the map, and then where that drop off was in relation to the Crumbly residence.
Okay. Now, what is the first, we know this meeting ended at 10:56. They left the parking lot at 10:56 a.m. on November 30th. What is the first information, the first activity on James Crumbly's DoorDash after that meeting.
Yeah, are you moving to admit this?
Yes, sir, thank you. People, that's
Any
20.
objection to the admissibility of exhibit 20?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
You admitted, go ahead, now you can ask me about it.
Thank you. Sir, what is the first activity you see after James and Jennifer Crumbly left the meeting in Oxford High School in Birmingham?
Logged in at his first DoorDash pickup at 1100 hours, 11 a.m.
So I want to make sure my times are right. The first message from Jennifer Crumbly was to Kiera Pennock at 10:58, correct, just 2 minutes after they were seen in the parking lot. And the first activity on James Crumbly's phone was 11 a.m., which is 4 minutes after the parking lot, all right?
The first activity from the DoorDash
The
records,
DoorDash. And what does this DoorDash record tell you?
that he had, his first pickup was at 1100 and dropped it off at 1119.
So he was making DoorDash deliveries.
Yes, sir.
And does it have the last DoorDash delivery?
There were a total of 4 of them on there. The fourth one was at 12:51 p.m. pickup and dropped off.
Okay, Mr. Crumbly? All right, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and I'm gonna have my lieutenant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name? My first name is Jim. Is the last name Crumbly? Yes. Okay. And what's that phone number for you? 248-760-6483. Okay, do you know what your son was doing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt.
Okay. All right. All right, somebody's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because of it. They're right in the middle of all of this. So I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that it's possible, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Sir, was that a full and complete recording of the 911 call made by James Crumbly on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Because that was exhibit 5.
Sorry.
That was exhibit 5, which we.
Yes, and that's been stipulated.
Yes. Now, sir, I'm going to ask you about some things found on Ethan Crumbly's phone and things found on Jennifer Crumbly's phone. Starting first with Jennifer, and again, this is the original phone that received from her on November the 30th. Okay. Starting with Jennifer Crumbly's phone, does your data extraction also include internet search results?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
People's proposed 21. So that is front and back. What have I just handed you?
It is a web history, a snippet of the web history for Jennifer's phone.
Okay, and what date specifically?
11/29/2021 at 3:05 a.m.
And that was taken from Jennifer Crumbly's phone
Correct, yes, sir.
in the data extraction?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 21.
Any objection from Jennifer Crumbly?
No, Your Honor.
James Crumbly?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
I'm publishing on the screen here, sir. We have a snippet, like you said, web history of 4. What is the search terms entered on Jennifer Crumbly's phone?
Research clinical depression treatment options.
And what time was that? The date and time?
That was at 11/29/2021 at 3:05 a.m.
And then we have that repeated here for this entire export. Why is
Correct.
that?
So what was the question?
Why is it repeated like this?
Because actually what I went and did, I clicked on each one of those, it just took me to a different page. You know, there's a page 1, page 2, page 3 of the initial search.
Okay, so what did she actually type in?
Typed in research clinical depression treatment options.
Now, going back to the 293-page text thread between Ethan Crumbly and Jennifer Crumbly, specifically pages, I'm going to ask you now about 150 to 152, equals 22. We have a stipulation to this. May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you recognize that?
It's a chat conversation between Ethan and Jennifer.
Okay, and what date does that start?
Starts on, the first date on here is March 6th. 2020.
People move to admit, this is exhibit 22, Judge.
Any objection on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly?
No objection, Your Honor.
Any objection on behalf of James Crumbly?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, I'm gonna direct you specifically to the first text message on March the 9th, 2021. So we're looking at the first page. This would be page 150 of the 293-page text string. And it's it appears to be from Ethan Crumbly, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And it's to Jennifer Crumbly?
Your Honor, yes, sir.
All right. And what's the first text here and the time?
He's saying, can you get home now? On March 9th, 2021 at 7:50 PM.
Okay, please continue.
And follows up with, there's someone in the house, I think,
What time is that?
7:50 PM and 17 seconds.
Okay.
And he says, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. At 7:50 and 39 seconds. Yeah.
And the next?
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, there was no one home.
Please continue.
There's no one in the house though, THO. Dude, my door just slammed.
And what does he write at March 9th, 2021, at 8:01 PM?
Maybe it's just my, paranoia.
And the next message?
Well, Ethan says, but when are you going to get home?
And is there a response at some point?
Not on that date, no.
Okay. What's the first response?
First response is the next day at 10:21 AM. Where's your dad?
It's the last text from Ethan about maybe it's just my paranoia, and then, but when are you going to get home? Those are at 8:01 PM, March the 9th.
Correct, yes, sir.
And the first response from Jennifer Crumbly is March the 10th at 10:21 AM. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you pages 171 to 173, that same thread. This is exhibit 23. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And sir, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is the same text thread, Ethan and Jennifer Crumbly?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit 23.
Any objection to Jennifer Crumbly?
Pages 171 to 173, the same thread. This is exhibit 23. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And sir, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is the same text thread of Ethan and Jennifer Crumbly?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit 23.
Any objection to Jennifer Crumbly?
No objection.
James Crumbly?
No objection, Your Honor.
You admitted?
Okay. I'm going to publish on the screen. Let me know if you can't read it, okay, Detective? Now, starting with this blue bubble on the left, March 17, 2021, 6:03 p.m. That's from Ethan Crumbly to Jennifer Crumbly, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, what does that say?
Says, okay, the house is now haunted.
Okay, what's next?
He then says, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared.
Please continue.
I got some videos.
What time is that?
That was at 6:03 and 12 seconds PM.
And tell me, what's this text right here say?
On the next page, I'm sorry?
Yes.
The next text says, and a picture of the demon.
Okay, and what time and date does he send the text and a picture of the demon?
That was at 6:03 and 12 seconds PM.
March 17th, 2021?
March 17th, yes, sir.
Okay, the next text?
He texts, it is throwing bowls in all capital letters, bowls.
Also at 6:03 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next text?
Next text says, I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. At 6:03 p.m.
Okay, the next one?
He says, I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Be outsider for a while.
And that's 6:03 as well?
Yes, sir.
And what about on March 17th, 6:29 p.m.? What does he write?
6:29, he says, can you at least text back?
Okay. Is there a response from Jennifer Crumbly then?
Not on that date, sir.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that we're all clear. These text messages here, this is found on the text message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbly. These weren't selectively exported. This is the way the text message conversation read. Am I right?
Jennifer and Ethan.
Jennifer and Ethan, thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is the way that the conversation actually read.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first response from Jennifer Crumbly to Ethan Crumbly on text message was this one right here on March 19th, 2021 at 4:11 p.m. when she writes, "Where's your dad?"
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we could, let's continue. The next text message, March 19th, 2021.
At 7:48, I'm sorry?
Yes.
The next one? At 7:48 p.m., text me when you're done.
Okay.
Then at 9:02 p.m., she texts, "Done yet?"
All right.
Question mark.
And the next text message on the thread from Ethan to Jennifer Crumbly occurs what time?
It occurred on March 20th, 2021 at 2:33 p.m.
And what does he write?
I finished picking up the room.
Okay. The next text, please.
I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
What time does he write that?
That was on March 20th at 2:34 p.m.
Okay. And the following text?
Following text, this stuff only happens when I'm home alone
And what time is that?
at 2:34 p.m.
All right. And then the last text on the thread here.
I picked the clothes back up, though, at 2:34 p.m.
Now, because you've actually reviewed all 3 data extractions and all social media accounts, when you learn something along the lines of this information, such as on March 17th of 2021, Ethan Crumbly texting and took a picture of the demon, were you able to then go back through these defendants' cell phones to get an idea of what they're doing on those dates and times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Are you able, through your data extractions, to tell us what Jennifer Crumbly was doing on March the 9th, March 17th, and March the 20th?
Horseback riding.
All right. Now, how were you able to make that determination?
You could go and look at the pictures and just narrow down your search for those specific days, or the software puts everything in a timeline, so it's just a chronological order of when things are happening on that device.
And do images stored on Jennifer Crumbly's phone on that device, do they have a date and time stamp?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 24. Sir, that's a photograph?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it on Jennifer's phone.
Okay, does it have a date and time stamp at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the date and time?
March 9th, 2021 at 4:55 p.m.
Okay, people move to admit 24.
No objection.
No objection for Mr. Crumbly to be admitted.
Okay, what we're looking at here on the screen is a photograph taken from Jennifer Crumbly's phone, and we have it taken on March the 9th, 2021 at 4:55 p.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 25. Sir, I handed you a photograph again.
Yes, sir.
And does that photograph have a date and time stamp?
It does. March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Okay, people move to admit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection for Mr. Crumbly.
This is a photograph of James Crumbly stored on Jennifer Crumbly's phone, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and the date and time is March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And what was happening at March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m. on that text message thread?
Ethan was texting his mom.
And what was he texting his mom at?
I believe on the March 17th that's when he was seeing, he said the house is haunted. And he has videos and a picture of the demon.
May I approach? This is a photograph, People's Proposed 26. Sir, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How so?
It's seen on Jennifer's phone.
People move to admit 26.
Any objection?
Good, Your Honor.
None for Mr. Crumbly.
Be admitted.
And we also have a date and time stamp on the bottom of this.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. You would characterize this as a selfie, am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And finally, 27, may I approach? This also is a photograph. Sir, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
Again, it was on Jennifer's phone.
People move to admit 27.
No objection. No objection from Mr. Holland.
Thank you. And this was taken March 20th, 2021 at 12:02 p.m. Am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Again, photographs of horses.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at the data extraction on Jennifer Crumbly's phone, we can see no text back in relation to clothes flying off the shelves or seeing demons, things like that. But were there any other phone calls or any other messages on any other messaging apps?
No, sir.
Now, were there any text messages in relation to demons or things flying off shelves or the house being haunted on James Crumbly's phone to Ethan Crumbly?
No, sir.
Were there any phone calls from James Crumbly to Ethan Crumbly during this time span?
No, sir.
And no phone calls from Jennifer Crumbly to Ethan Crumbly during this time span either?
No, sir.
I'm going to go back to People's Post 28. This is back to the Facebook Messenger thread between Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly. This is a portion of pages 440 to 443, and this is that over 2,000 page Facebook Messenger.
Yes, sir.
Just make sure we're on the same page. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you recognize that?
It was a conversation between James and Jennifer through
Okay.
Facebook Messenger.
Facebook Messenger. I believe we already have a stipulation to this. This is Exhibit 28.
This is 28.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct stipulation as to admissibility?
Yes, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Okay, I'm going to publish it on the left. Now, this is the conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbly on the same dates that we were just referring to when Ethan Crumbly was texting Jennifer Crumbly about seeing a demon, the house is haunted, for context, okay?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So on the left, we have from J.C. Crumbly, you identified that as Jennifer Crumbly's account.
Correct.
On the right, we have James R. Crumbly, which we've identified as James Crumbly's account.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to go to starting with March 19th, 2021, 9:37 a.m. from Jennifer to James. What did she write?
9:37. You awake?
Okay. And then the next message, please.
Ethan awake.
James's response.
James responds, yeah.
Okay. And Jennifer.
She responds with, how is he?
Okay. And what does James write?
He responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. What was Jennifer's response to that?
She responded with, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why.
Okay. The next message.
All I know is he needs to eat, go to work and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back.
Okay. The next message.
Jennifer's asking, you respond, and I didn't get it, question mark.
And then these responses.
James responds with, Jesus, yes.
Okay, then what does he write to her March 19th, 2021 at 10:17 a.m.?
He said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room? LOL.
Okay, just so we're clear, the text actually says, he said, you're not actually saying what James said, am I right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then her response?
OMG.
And what's that mean for the record?
General, oh my God.
What does James write to Jennifer on March 19th at 10:17 a.m.?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Her response?
Does he seem better?
And
No
then-
melatonin.
Okay. And what does James say?
I know.
Okay, please continue with it.
Okay. But Jennifer then says, but he hasn't had one before. Should only give him half. James responds with, he is just doing his school, says his head hurts. He took so Tylenol. Jennifer responds with, is he okay to work? Question mark. James says, yeah. Jennifer says, does he remember what he did? James says, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
Okay. And those were Facebook conversations between James and Jennifer Crumbly, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir?
Okay. Now, back to Exhibit 10. That is the text thread between, the end of the text thread between Ethan Crumbly and Jennifer Crumbly. I'm going to pull that up again for you. It's already been admitted. I just want you to tell us, please, what is the last thing that Jennifer Crumbly writes to Ethan Crumbly on this text thread?
Do I still have this? I can't see that screen that far. Let's see if I still have that one. Rest of these 2 pages. At what time?
The very last text message.
The very last text message was, Ethan, don't do it.
Okay. That was the last text message from Jennifer Crumbly to Ethan Crumbly, and that was November the 30th, 2021 at 1:22 p.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, sir, we were talking about Jennifer Crumbly's phone. I want to talk to you a little bit about what was found on Ethan Crumbly's phone. Now, did you uncover a text message thread between Ethan Crumbly and another individual we're not going to name, but we know that that person is a juvenile? Did you uncover a text message thread between Ethan Crumbly and that person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long was that text thread?
There's about 25,000 chats, text back and forth.
I'm comparing that text message thread on Ethan Crumbly's phone to all other message threads. Is there anything that's is remotely close in size
I'm sorry, more close to what?
anything remotely close in size to the level of text messages between Ethan Crumbly and that juvenile?
No, the next closest was just over 100.
Okay, so is it fair to say, based upon your data extraction of Ethan Crumbly's phone, that is the person that he communicated with the most?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to specifically point you to the dates of April the 5th, 2021 on that text message thread. And this is Exhibit 29. May I approach?
Yes.
And Judge, so you're aware, we had a discussion, counsel and I had a discussion earlier today about certain portions being redacted or not redacted. We have complied with counsel's request and provided unredacted portions. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You have these unredacted portions after a conversation this morning?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Which are separate from what you've given to the court. which
Yes,
is
so
our-
may I approach?
Yes.
So this will be the new Exhibit 29. So this has been identified as Exhibit 29. With those modifications, I don't believe we have an objection to the admissibility of Exhibit 29. But let me ask you, Detective, this was a portion of the text message thread between Ethan Crumbly and that juvenile.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the top of page 29, what's the date and time?
April 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m.
Okay, and we already know this is from Ethan Crumbly's device from his phone, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
So on the right, it's going to be green, it's going to say owner.
Correct.
That would be Ethan Crumbly.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to say to, and it's going to be the person he's texting to.
Correct, yes,
Is
sir.
that right? Okay. People move to admit 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection for Mr. Crumbly. Can I have both counsel approach for a moment?
Yes, sir.
sir.
Thank you, Judge, I appreciate that. Okay, again, referring to Exhibit 29, the green being Ethan Crumbly's phone. What's the first message with the date and time?
Date and time is April 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m. Says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again.
The next text?
The next one is the same date, just a few seconds later at 12:38 and 15 seconds a.m. But this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
We have one moment, Your Honor. Okay, the third text message here?
Third message is, I only told them about the people I saw.
Okay, what time was that sent?
That was at 12:38 a.m., 25 seconds.
And the response in the blue bubble?
The response was, okay.
And if- Now I want to talk to you about this one right here on page 3, April 5th, 2021 at 12:39 a.m. What is that text message from Ethan Crumbly?
From Ethan says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
And that is on April the 5th of 2021, am I correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now, on this large substantial text thread between Ethan Crumbly and that other individual, there were videos as attachments as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you had the opportunity to review not only the text messages, but those images?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a video sent on August the 19th, 2021 from Ethan Crumbly to this person?
Yes, sir.
And you've had the opportunity to view that from the data extraction on Ethan Crumbly's phone?
Correct, yes, sir.
People move to omit 30.
Any objection? Your Honor, to be honest, I don't know what video, is the 819 video. Are you gonna play it?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Do you want
is
to
there
look
an
on my
objection?
screen here and I can unhook?
Sure.
You also have a flash drive.
Are you gonna show it to her now?
Yes.
Before you move to admit, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, this one's on the flash drive.
All rise. Court is in recess.
Barbara, can I see you touch hands up first? Oh.
Oh, that's okay. I need to stand up a little bit. Yeah. Get the blood flowing.
Yeah, we're gonna look it up in our terms to make things. And I don't think, there's no meeting we need to have.
Oh, Judge, I'm sorry.
Guys, can we just? I actually want you to do, Judge, we're actually just doing this record. We'll do it. Thank you, Your Honor. She's in the hallway chair.
All right.
That's just from the binder on the table.
All rise. Court is in session.
Okay, please be seated. We did contact the county and they are going to adjust the temperature remotely for us. So it should be okay. We do need to close those outer doors. There you go.
Just before we begin, is there a way to, the video is a little bit dark on the projection, is there a way to turn off?
So now we're gonna be in the dark and the that's another facilities issue. I don't know if can we dim them?
Yeah.
All right. And church hall.
That's fine.
Yes. Did that just happen?
Yes. We just,
The light?
Pardon me?
Yes. Are you talking about the light?
Yeah, no, about the picture.
Oh, it was up there already, that's what.
Right, but that just happened where it was dim like that?
Yes.
That doesn't really help you much, does it?
As long as the court can see, right?
Which exhibit is that?
This is 30, it's a 10-second clip, there's a 31 is a brighter video, so I'm gonna do this 10-second clip.
Did it happen after you hooked back up?
No, this is just the way, it's just a dark video.
Okay, go ahead and try it, and if it's an issue, then.
And we have it to the court in a flash drive as well, should the court want to view it another time.
I don't know if I can do it on this one.
On your laptop?
Yeah. You're really testing my electronics expertise. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and try it. If not, then.
So let me try now for public case check.
Yeah, that's fine. I can see it.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, go ahead and proceed.
We're back on record, thank you.
We're back on the record, yes.
Okay, Detective, we were at Exhibit 30. Now, there were, on the text thread we're referring to between Ethan Crumbly and the other juvenile, the 25,000 or so text thread, there were videos included that you viewed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, on August the 19th of 2021, did you view a video on that text message thread?
Yes, sir.
And that was a video sent from Ethan Crumbly to that other person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's people's 30. People do move to admit 30.
Any objection?
No, Judge, no objection.
None for Mr. Crumbly, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Okay, if I could refer your attention please to the screen to make sure we're referring to the same exhibit. Now, sir, this was August the 19th of 2021, and it appears to have a person holding a handgun. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, that noise that we heard at the end, what was that?
The person hit the slide lock release, so then the slide went forward.
That's exhibit 30. Did you also review a video in the same text thread, the same conversation, shortly after that one was sent in the early morning hours of August the 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
This is People's 31. I believe we have a stipulation of People's 31.
That's correct, no objection.
No objection for Mr. Crumbly. Be admitted.
This is an 11-second clip. Again, this was sent from Ethan Crumbly to that other individual. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to back this up just a little bit. You're 25 years as a police officer. You've obviously handled firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've seen the ammunition for firearms.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know how to properly load a handgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what's happening in this video.
He inserted the magazine into the magazine well, and you could see the top of one of the bullets.
Is that right here that I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean there's a round in the chamber there?
As soon as that slide goes forward, there will be.
Okay. And prior to this point of the video, this is at the very beginning of the video. What is this object right here that appears to be vertical on the countertop?
That's a handgun magazine.
Okay. And what's in the handgun magazine?
Those are bullets.
Play that again so we can see it. Sir, was there a text message conversation in the midst of these videos being sent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, this is People's 32, and like People's 29, we made some changes to the redaction, so this would be a new copy for the court. The defense has this as well. Yeah, Approach the witness.
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 32. And sir, once you take a look at it, could you please tell me if this is in the same text thread that we had admitted People's 29, which is the text message thread between Ethan Crumbely and that other juvenile?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the first text message on that piece of paper there?
The first message is a video 8/19/2021 at 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video that we watched in People's 30?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit Exhibit 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
None for Mr. Public.
Okay, thank you. Green is the owner, again, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and it has a phone number where it's sent to, and you said this attachment, the video was sent August 19th, 2021 at 9:31 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have the same one. One moment, please. There we go, okay. Okay, then we have a response to that video being sent. What is that response?
The response from the other juvenile is nice.
Okay, and there's spelled correctly or incorrectly?
No, there's a couple extra I's. N-I-I-I-C-E.
Okay. And then what was the message from Ethan Crumbly?
Ethan then says, shoot that Sunday, question mark.
And that's August the 19th, 2021 at 9:34 p.m.?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, the next text?
Ethan says, if you don't want to come to the range, to the gun range, that's fine, you can just tell me. No hard feelings.
Okay, and the response to that?
The other juvenile states, nah, I do, but it's just kind of hard for me to ask RN.
What's RN mean?
Right now.
Okay. And the response?
Okay.
And that was sent at August 19th, 2021 at 11:06 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Response? Next text, please.
From the other juvenile was
Yes.
sorry.
Okay. And then what did Ethan Crumbly write?
It's okay.
And the following text is an attachment, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And that attachment is a video?
Correct, yes, sir.
And am I correct, that's August the 20th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m.?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the video that we saw in Exhibit 31?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other person's response?
Nice, again misspelled with 3 I's.
Okay. And please continue reading.
The other juvenile then states, now pull the trigger, JK, 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 JK.
And then it doesn't appear to be any response in this text bubble from Ethan Crumbly to that person, is that right?
Correct.
All right, the next text, please.
My dad left it out, so I thought, quote, why not? LOL.
And what time do you write, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not?
It's at 12:32 a.m. on the morning of the 20th.
August the 20th. Okay. And there's no response here, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then what did Ethan Crumbly write?
He responds with, I cave, I know. Gun safety, so it's no problem.
Please continue.
Ethan then says, now it's time to shoot up the school.
And the final text in this export?
JK, 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 JK.
Okay, that was sent from Ethan Crumbly to this other individual August the 20th, 2021 at 12:34 a.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Now, you reviewed this entire text message thread between Ethan Crumbly and the individual, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And we have talked about the number of text messages that printed out be over, I think you said 25,000 pages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when this text message history just abruptly stopped?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
It was around October, around Halloween time, I believe is when it was.
Of 2021?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, sir, during the review of the data extraction on Ethan Crumbly's phone, what else did you observe of note?
There was text messages back and forth between the other juvenile and him of kidnapping and killing another classmate. There's also videos of killing and mutilating baby birds.
Okay, anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Well, sir, are you able to look at his web history?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I don't want to name the website, but was there a particular, on his web searching history, were you able to identify a particular website that he visited quite often?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to give us an idea, how many times did he visit that particular site in the month of November of 2021?
421 times.
And what were some of the sort of things that he was searching?
It was very graphic content. It dealt with other school shootings, particularly ones in Florida, and people being killed.
Okay. Now, we've talked a lot about, this was Ethan Crumbly's phone, Jennifer Crumbly's phone, James Crumbly's phone, etc. Were you able to determine who actually owned Ethan Crumbly's phone?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
James Crumbly was the owner on all the accounts.
Okay, and he paid the bills?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Your Honor? Detective, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that there was more than one gun in the Crumbly home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've been referring to the 9mm SIG. That was the firearm used in the actual shooting, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, what were the other firearms found in the Crumbly house?
There was a Caltech, I believe. I believe it was a .22 caliber, and then there was a small Derringer.
Okay. Now the videos that we saw on People's 30 and 31, what kind of gun is that, if you can tell?
That was the Caltech.
22 Caltech?
Yes, sir.
And that's also semi-automatic?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Your Honor, can I stay at the table and question from here?
Yes, just keep your voice up.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to go back to Exhibit 29. And really what I need to do is have you help me understand the reports. When you take stuff off of the Cellbrite report, it's fair to say there's different ways you can extract the information. Is that correct?
Well, to be precise, take information off the data from the phone and then export reports from that data, yes.
Okay, and when you testify that if messages are deleted, sometimes those will not come up in the report. Is that correct?
They won't come up in the extraction, the analyzation of the data, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with, Okay, may I approach the witness with these materials? So I can
What
ask.
materials are those?
These are the texts between Ethan and the other young man that we've been discussing
Okay.
on the record.
They're not exhibits
They're
at
not-
this point.
They're not exhibits at this point. Okay.
We just need to make sure they're identified correctly, that's all.
Okay, so.
This is all one.
Yeah, this is all, there's two separate files, but I'm gonna ask you about that. Okay, so Detective, I just handed you a very large stack of papers, and if you take a quick skim through it, it appears to be all of the messages between Ethan Crumbly and his friend, who we're not identifying on the record, name starts with B. Does that appear true to you?
That looks correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at my office, when I get your Cellbrite report, I pulled up all of these messages, printed them, and brought them into court today. And if every page is there, you would agree with me that that's from the Cellbrite report. Is that a fair statement?
It came from, it's a Cellbrite report, yes, ma'am, I can tell you that, because the logo's on there, it looks like it should. I don't know if you're asking, is it every message that they shared back and forth?
Well, no, there'd be no way to verify that because there's so many thousands. I'm just asking, if I'm telling you that I printed those off Cellbrite, does that look like what you would expect it to look like?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, so I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 29, which was admitted when the prosecution was questioning you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
What do you have there?
I have Exhibit 29.
29?
Yes. Okay, and Exhibit 29 contains a series of text messages that were from April 4th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, and those messages specifically that were admitted in Exhibit 29, those messages did not print when I printed the messages. So I'm wondering if you can explain why the printouts I printed from Cellbrite would be missing some of those messages.
Without having where you printed that from and being able to examine it myself, there's no way I can tell you that.
Okay, is it possible that those messages were deleted by the user of the phone?
No, if it was in the original data that was given to you, it doesn't matter if it was deleted, it would still show, it would still be there.
There is not, as far as you know, there is not a way to filter out dates if you print the entire thing as a whole, correct?
Printing the entire thing as a whole, from the first text to the last, if that's what this is, then that's what should be there, yes.
And can you take a look at the text I printed from 4/5 of 21, and can you show me where the texts on Exhibit 29 fall into that, where they would be? They're in order of date.
I think I'm gonna have to object here because Detective Wagrowski has testified to the exhibits that we've admitted because he actually exported them using the Cellbrite software. This was just handed to him 5 minutes ago. I didn't print out 25,000 text messages because I'm not going to admit 25,000 text messages. There's just no way for this officer to know that that is in fact the entire text thread between Ethan Crumbly and another person.
But she certainly can ask him about his particular date, and if it doesn't match up, it doesn't match up.
In what Ms. Smith has handed him, but we just don't know. See, we have an expert in cell phone forensics because it takes some skill to actually extract some of this ability. It takes some expertise, which he has. So we just don't know. It could, quite frankly, just be user error. We don't know if that is actually representative text thread, the entire text thread. There's no way to know from a paper printout.
And Your Honor, in all honesty, accuracy and getting things right is what's important in this case, making sure that it's accurate. I don't understand why all of the texts are missing many texts that the prosecution is using. I'm trying to understand that, but to be quite frank, I asked this court to adjourn so that we can explore this issue and figure this out. This is a very big deal that we do not have these texts.
Just for clarification, are you asking him to identify whether or not the exhibit is the entire string of the text thread?
I can't have him because he didn't print that out. All I can say is I printed it out as the entire string.
That's what you're asking.
Does it? I can ask. Does it appear to be the entire set of text messages?
No. So are you asking him to identify where Exhibit 29, page 1, falls in?
Yes.
Where those exhibits are?
Yes, and they're in order by date.
They're
So
ordered by date. So Detective, if you could go to April 5th.
Yeah, if I could just,
I mean, they're in chronological order.
Yeah.
there's one thing that I just stand, I don't know again, if these are the messages, the file path, the source info that this came from, that this right here is different than the source info here. They should be the same. I don't know why that is. But I'll look for the text messages where they should be in here. Just look, it should be, this is the first one that I see for April 5th in this stack, and the next one, I'm sorry, Stan, let me just, I apologize. It shows April 5th there at 3:54 a.m. and then 3:17. So somewhere in between these two dates, these two messages right here.
So, I mean, just for clarification for my own purposes, when I'm looking at exhibit number 29 for the date of April 5th, I show 8 bubbles of conversation, both received and sent. Anywhere from 12:38 a.m. through 12:39 a.m. Are you able to identify those bubbles in the statement materials that you gave?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I know this court heard our motion to adjourn earlier today. Co-counsel and I have been dealing with thousands and thousands of pages. We are very clearly missing pages that are being admitted as evidence in this case. I asked the court to adjourn and give us an opportunity to look into this issue. This is a very big deal. If they're admitting a few pages and we don't have those in what's an entire printout, that's happened with a couple of sections of it. That's a big problem for the defense.
Judge, they're not missing anything. This detective took the same program, the same evidence that we have at the prosecutor's office, we turned over to defense. She just didn't find it in the evidence that's been given to her. And this detective can testify to that, what he did exactly to export this. He just testified that the file path is different, the source file. If you export, and I don't want to testify myself, that's why we have an expert.
Oh, that's why you have the expert. That's what you need to cross-examine him on, is how he obtained this information. So you certainly can cross-examine him on that at this point in time about how he obtained the information that is now marked as exhibit number 29.
How did you go through to obtain the information that's on exhibit 29?
Within the whole chat thread, text thread, you would uncheck every message going back and forth and just check the ones you want, and then just export as a PDF.
So it's your testimony that you went from all of the text messages and I picked out the ones you wanted, checked those off, and printed those out. Is that correct?
In separate reports, yes, ma'am.
And so if my office printed out all the messages and we printed them out correctly, those messages should be in my complete stack.
If printed correctly, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I am asking the court to adjourn. They are printed correctly and we are missing messages. And if this is user error or an issue, this is something that needs to be determined.
on Pickle versus Crumbly, the courts had some discussions with counsel on that. Due to the voluminous nature of the exhibits and the fact that we are not likely to finish with this witness today, we're going to go ahead and continue the exam on February 24th, starting at 8:30 a.m. If it's necessary for the court to add an additional day after the 24th, we'll revisit that issue on that date and time. However, I am indicating to all parties that I have cleared that day specifically for this case, so you will have the full day. As far as exhibits go, prosecutor, take all original exhibits with you. Everybody has their copies and your technology and everything else.
I just want to place on the record that when we were in chambers, defense counsel identified 2 witnesses we asked about. If one of those witnesses is not going to be called, we just ask that they give us notice so we can subpoena that witness to be here.
Sure.
Thank you. The prosecution said they'd get back to us, no problem, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, those are yours?
Yeah, this
Okay.
one's mine.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Both those yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make sure. Thank you.
Yep.